Good evening. The budget hearing of Wednesday, September 10th, 2025 will now be called to order. It is 5:01. We'll begin with a moment of silent reflection for our first responders and members of the armed forces, followed by an invocation by none other than Deacon Wilfred Hart from the Friendship Missionary Baptist Church, and our county administrator will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. And remove your cover.
Lord, whatever you're doing in this season, don't do it without us. Father God, Indian River County needs you more than ever. And Lord, you see the people are here today, and they're here for a reason. They didn't come for show. They just come to express their opinions on how they feel about a budget and a millage. And so, Father God, I'm going to ask that you touch the mouth and the mind and the soul of our leaders that are sitting on these dioceses, making preparations, Father God, to be used by you for your glory and your understanding. Father God, we need to take care of our community daily, hourly, minute, second, whatever the needs are, Father God, let us have the resources to be able to do it. And then, Lord, we pray for one another that we will be civilized when we come up on these stands here and talk the business of the people, not our will, but your will be done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Please face the flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for attending. It is very comforting to see such a large crowd attending the budget hearing. Thank you. Now I'll begin with a budget overview by the County Administrator, John Tikanich Jr. County Administrator.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the community. So this is the preliminary budget hearing for fiscal year 2025-2026. That helps. So in terms of an overview, the current fiscal year budget as of extrapolated or projected out as of March 31st of this year is $670.9 million. The proposed budget for this upcoming fiscal year is $598.2 million. That represents a decrease of $72.6 million. So in terms of where we were last year at the beginning part of this process and then the proposed budget today, last year we started off with a budget of $524.7 million. There were amendments related to the capital improvements plan being adopted, among some other items. And then there was also, so now the proposed budget in comparison for this upcoming fiscal year will start off at $598.2 million, as I mentioned earlier, and that's about $73.5 million difference, increase. So just want to highlight some of the major budget impacts. We did see an 8.8% countywide tax roll increase. For the unincorporated areas, it was 8.7%. The sheriff's funded, as you know, through the workshops, the recommended the amount was $6 million or 7.6% increase. It should be noted that this is a reduction from the initial request, 14.6, as well as then the revised request by Sheriff Flowers of $12.2 million.
And if I may interrupt for one moment, at the last budget meeting having to do with the sheriff, you did come up with an additional amount that could be applied to the sheriff's budget that would increase it to a total of 6.8. And I said at that time, I understood that's not his full request, but at least it could help, more of the deputies. And we need to keep in mind, he's not asking for this for himself. His salary is determined by the state, as is ours, by the way, for everyone to know. But I truly believe this has become far too contentious. It's harmed our community. And I really think that I encourage my colleagues to consider this, to at least go, at the very least, to go with the 6.8. That's almost an additional $1 million. And I think that would go a ways toward helping some of the deputies achieve the pay increase that they deserve. So that's my opinion, giving it now.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Please allow the county administrator to continue with the presentation, and when we get to the general fund, I'm sure we'll have that type of discussion.
Yes, I'd be happy to repeat it at that
Thank you.
time. Thank you.
So
We heard you.
Just continuing, and so just generally speaking, each year the Florida statute the Florida legislature sets our retirement rates. And this year, the retirement rate increase is $3.9 million, almost $4 million. Our workers' compensation increase was nearly $1.1 million, which includes our constitutional officers for both of those. The full-time positions, this does reflect on the Board of County Commissioners in terms of the operations and administration side, a net increase of 20 full-time positions, an increase of 1.25 constitutional positions for a total of 21.25 positions over last year. So the general fund, the proposed millage that has been set, it's been on everybody's trimmed notice, is 3.5475. That's the millage that exists today that everybody is paid. It does represent a 6.69% increase above the rollback rate of 3.3250. Thus, it would constitute a tax increase, even though the millage rate is not going up. The proposed budget is $156,982,168. At this time, Mr. Chair, I would ask that you open this for public comment, consider any proposed changes to the tentative budget, and then there would be a need to adopt a motion to adopt the tentative millage rate and a motion to adopt the tentative budget. I'll return to the chair.
As I understand, County Administrator, and thank you for the presentation, I'm going to take a little bit of latitude at this point and say that there was already a remark made about the amount, and we are talking about the general fund. Unfortunately, the sheriff cannot be here at this moment. Excuse his absence. There is an emergent matter that he is meeting and addressing, and he does have some staff here. I want to begin with yesterday was probably one of the most impactful moments in my 19 years serving on this board. I can say that it was something I did not support, could not support, but it was passed on this board. I look at how we're looking at the sheriff's budget, and it's well agreed that is a rather significant increase. We have spent many hours, countless engagement on assessing. One might consider micromanagement, but it is our obligation to examine and ensure that we're good stewards of the taxpayer dollar. That action yesterday truly affected me. While we're looking at dollars. We've set the budget 3.5475. Nothing can happen today that's going to increase any numbers or burden to the taxpayer. We've set the mill rate, one of the lowest in the state. But we have to look at what we have done to not impact the citizens, and that is our major concern, because the burden is plentiful in so many other arenas that taxes could not be risen to address the sheriff's budget request. You've presented and worked hard to get to that additional number, and in doing so, which we all, well, four of us declined, was because, quite frankly, it's cutting services, very much services, and we've spent an awful lot of money on consulting. And this is the year for resulting. And if we cut out any numbers for the results, we're hurting the public. It's minimally going to assist the sheriff in his request. Is it $900,000? That is not going to make the move. As chairman, I cannot make a motion, but I feel deep in my heart that we should take that additional $6 million and put it back into the general fund and fully fund the budget's request by the sheriff at his amount through the reserve account. I will tell you, there's been much talk about the reserve account. There is over $698 million in that account, but that's all encumbered. Unencumbered, no, it's $685,408,713.41, which is restricted. And by restricted, I mean it goes to a specific area. It is, whether it's impacts, whether it's lighting, roadways, it's all accounted for in a 14-page document. But between the general fund and MSTU unrestricted, we have $78,918,193.35. $78 million unencumbered. I think, and again, I reflect back to yesterday, I wish that, and I hope that one of my colleagues could make that motion to return the $6 million back to the general fund, the addition, and take $12 million from the unrestricted fund of $78,918,193.35, take the $12 million from there and satisfy the sheriff's budget request in totem. He has assured me that all of the salaries will be adjusted so that we can maintain order, and he's committed, and he would have been here today if he could be here today. But he has made that commitment.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm slightly confused on the commitment that has been made.
Well, it has been made because I can't make that motion.
Well, I thought that after the administrator and staff had made their presentation that we were going to take public comment. So I'm a little confused as to where we are, and I'm trying to follow so I can make sure that we are having an efficient meeting. So,
I think we are, and thank you for that.
okay.
I appreciate the comment.
Are we taking public comment, or are we taking commissioner comment based on what you just said? Because I'm,
Once again, I'm asking my colleagues if they wish to make that motion to take the $6 million, because that will be presented, and then that's what the public will be speaking upon. To
I
take,
really don't know what we're talking about. I feel like I'm missing something.
Once again,
I
let me give it
apologize.
clarity.
I really do. I'm so sorry.
We have added $6 million to the sheriff's budget request. Fact?
No. Your microphone.
The revised budget request was $12.2 million. At the workshops, it was agreed that the increase would be $6 million.
Right. And what
Because
I'm stating and hoping is that we return back that $6 million and keep it in the general fund for projects and otherwise, and move forward with $12 million from the reserve account
Oh,
that is unrestricted
okay, so what you're proposing.
to cover,
I think I got it at this point. So you are proposing that the $6 million of the 14 that he's asked for, or the 12 revised, of the 12 revised, we have, at this point, through the budget workshop, have tentatively approved 6 million.
correct.
Correct, okay. You want to take that 6 million and put that back in the general fund and then fund what he's asking for out of reserves.
That's correct.
Okay, so, but that's recurring funding. So you're going to fund out of basically reserves as a savings account for those of us that live in the business and personal world. It's our savings account. So we want to fund recurring dollars out of our reserve account. That's your proposal. I just want to make sure I understand.
It is big, it is bold, it is very unique, and generally, we do not take anything from reserve accounts to begin a budget.
Okay.
This is a very unique situation, and I felt it resolves most of the concerns, and most certainly, after yesterday's actions, I felt compelled.
Okay. Well, I can totally respect that. I thought at this point that we were going to take some public comment, which I would love to.
Again, I would
hear.
like to hear that
Yeah.
after, if I hear.
And then we can maybe.
Thank you
have
so
some
much. I
conversation.
appreciate
Yeah.
that. I would like to
Fantastic.
hear from my colleagues if they would entertain that motion. I can't make that motion myself.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not prepared yet to act on that motion or make a motion forward until I hear why the people are here.
Nobody can hear you.
I'm not prepared to do what you're asking quite yet till we hear from the general public as to what we're going to do, as to how we're going to do it. It's going to ask many questions of the administrator and of the budget office too, how it's going to affect our finances, interest rates, anything like that. And I'm just not ready. I'm not ready yet. I'm not against it. I'm just saying I'm not ready yet to make it right now. I need more dialogue.
You need dialogue from the public?
And frankly, I don't see how it affects what we did yesterday at all. That was a totally separate item.
Oh, no, it was quite
And frankly,
overwhelming.
I'm a bit offended by that about what we did yesterday. Yesterday, what we did for different reasons. And it's time to put that behind us and move on and get to important things like what we're doing right now. So to notion whatever issues you had with yesterday, I think it's time to move on and get over those issues, and let's move to important stuff of why these people are here and what we're here for, because law enforcement is one of the most important components we have. We do have some discussion we need to do on that. We have discussion on garbage. We have discussion on many other things. So
They're all on the agenda.
let's move on and let's get some more input and talk about this and separate it from what happened yesterday. That was yesterday, sir.
Okay. Well, at this time, seeing no one that wishes to come forward to make that change before they hear from the public, we will now open up for public comment. There are 2 microphones. Please state your name for the record so that we know who's speaking.
My name is Donna Flaherty, and I didn't come for this sheriff thing, but now you've got me really wondering. What did he originally ask for? Before he started going to the press and all the other stuff, what did the sheriff actually ask for?
$14.6 million additional.
14?
That's not his budget, it's.
That was additional to his budget?
Correct. Hang on 1 second, I'll get you the exact amount. The current year's budget was like 78.8. Thank you. And he asked for 93,547,675.
Okay, so all his going to the media has been for an extra 14,000 because you wouldn't get...
14 million.
14 million, I'm sorry, 14 million. Okay. I don't know what happened yesterday, you keep alluding to it. Did he ask for more money and it got turned down?
No, ma'am,
no,
the
it was
sheriff was
something
never
else.
discussed yesterday.
No.
It was
Okay.
it was a different
So
matter
now,
that's been resolved.
I understand what the chairman is asking for, where to take the money, but where do we stand now with how much he wants?
He revised his request prior to the second budget workshop to 12.2 million. And that amount would be $91,126,840.
So he came down a little bit, is what you're saying, from what he originally asked for.
The current year budget's basically 78.9 million, and he wants now 91,126,840.
So he came down. So there was a balance. I don't know how many of you have had to call the sheriff in the last few years, but I'll tell you what, I've had in my neighborhood a couple times, and they've told me to go out and buy certain devices, which I already have, cameras, but they didn't make noise. I gave them vehicle registration, times of the people breaking the law, and they told me to go get these devices. That's why I'm opposed. I want to know if he's going to do his job. Does more money mean he's going to do his job? I'm glad he came down some. I agree, if you're going to take the money, take it the way you said, Chairman. That sounds more reasonable to the taxpayers. We have enough with what has gone on this year. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are 2 microphones.
Well, good evening. Let me tell you my experience. I'm Michael Marsh, proud Indian River County resident. Not quite sure what happened with that young lady, but you know what? I've seen this sheriff's department out in the trenches day in and day out. I've seen them provide food, A sheriff that came in term one and said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make sure we have a homeless deputy that's out there taking care of any homeless issues. He made good on that promise. You know what? We see in these communities where food is needed. You know what? We're going to go out and make sure that those individuals can get fed. An Explorers program that is absolutely amazing, county commissioners. You guys have heard from everyone. The heroes back here, but you also got to hear from a young lady, Serenity, who just got promoted to lieutenant in the Explorers program. These advisors, every single week, and trust me, I get the messages, and I'm like, man, do you guys ever sleep, Sergeant Shepard? But this is what they're doing. They're making sure that our youth will not end up in the system, teaching them to make sure they make the right decisions. So I wonder, if we start looking at cutting the sheriff's budget, will a program like Explorers go away? Will my daughter not to continue and understand all the facets of law enforcement? I think it's very simple, county commissioners. We need to fund Sheriff Flowers' budget. And let's go back to one of the things that we heard in one of the videos. This is not about Sheriff Eric Flowers. He's not going to get one penny. So many people, do you watch the budget workshop? Do you know what's going on? It's almost laughable. But for those who've been paying attention, Sheriff Flowers is not going to profit a penny. Those heroes that when you call 911, from the jail to the streets to the civilians, that's what we're here for. Not political theater. You know, I thought about jumping out of the trash can, but I'm reformed, Commissioner Fletcher. But ladies and gentlemen.
We do appreciate that, and I trust the rest of the attending public does as well.
Yes, sir. But at the end of the day, let's go back, because the sheriff said, show me what I have to cut. And I think about that Explorers program. And I think about many other of the other divisions. Do you think we're going to be able to continue to go out into the community? You think on Thanksgiving Day, over 2,000 meals can go out to Gifford, Fellsmere, Oslo, the Highlands? Will we still be able to do that? Will we go Christmas Day and go to families that have lost everything? Or go out to the Hope for Family Center and make sure that our sheriff's department is there? It's a 24/7, 365. They don't close, right? Let's do what's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's as simple as that. I want to make sure Serenity Marsh goes from lieutenant to captain of the Explorers. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Tony Consolo. I really didn't know what I was going to say today, so I was kind of waiting to see how the meeting went. But I will say there's certainly been some missteps that have occurred over the last couple of months. I think we all are aware of that, through social media, the newspapers, and so forth. All I can say is that the value that law enforcement brings to this community, you can't put a price on it. You really can't. Commissioner Fletcher, the recommendation that you have, I agree with it partly, but I think you actually should fund the 6.2, I think, which was the original suggestion from the county administrator, and then use the reserves to finance the rest of it instead of taking it all out of the reserves. I think that would be a better use of it. I think if you free that money up for other purposes that weren't, necessary designated that we need to do this right now, that you might come up with some ideas to put it to that really don't need to be put in place at this point. So I think my recommendation is that you do the 6.2 or 6.8, I'm sorry, 6.2, I think it was, that the county administrator originally recommended, and use the rest of the money out of the reserves to fund this 12.1 million budget. Our officers aren't looking for a handout. They're looking for a handout. They want to live in this community. They want to stay here and work in this community, and they deserve the opportunity to do that. So I truly hope you do that for us. Thank you.
I'm Joanne Varnhart, and resident of Vero Beach, and I had not intended to talk today, but after hearing the chairman's comments, I absolutely have to, because I think he's absolutely right. The fact of the matter is, when you look at the role of government, and I happen to be a believer in limited government, and I want to applaud the commission for maintaining the millage rate and also being prudent with taxpayer dollars. But when you look at the role of government, the first role of government is public safety. I don't just say that, I mean, I believe that, but I actually did research. And you can go back and read writers in the 17th century, the 18th century, the 19th century, all the way up to now, and the words may be a little different, a little more flowery in the old days, but the message is the same. The first role of government is public safety. Obviously, in the times we live in, infrastructure that enables people to live in a healthy way is important too. We're very fortunate to live in Indian River County. I say that as someone who lived in Washington, D.C. for over 40 years. And I can tell you, I couldn't believe when I moved here and I could walk in the grocery store and not have to worry about locking my car and looking to the left and right and being afraid whether it was daytime or nighttime. We're very fortunate. But I really believe public safety is a lot like Ronald Reagan described liberty. You're kind of one step away from it. You have to fight to protect it every single day. And I think that's what our sheriff does. I think we're very fortunate to have Eric Flowers as our sheriff. He not only is very strong on law and order and has really moved the sheriff's office into the 21st century with the real-time crime center, the license plate readers, doing everything he possibly can to hopefully prevent crime, and if it happens, to be able to respond as quickly as possible. I also appreciate the work he's done with the inmate population, the work, the farm training for the women inmates, the connection with the local businesses to try to help the inmates who are exiting the system to get jobs. And now I understand he's going to be moving forward with actually trying to teach them trades so that when they come out of the jail, they don't automatically go back to the jail. They have a future, they can become part of the community. And I think that's equally important for all of us. I look at what happened today, earlier today, when Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at the university, Utah University. And I have to tell you, I don't want to sound like some kind of extremist nut, but the fact is, that could happen here. We have political people here all the time. We have Byron Donalds coming to speak at the REC Lincoln Day dinner in just a few weeks. We have Brett Baer, Fox News host, coming to speak at the Vero Beach Book Center. We have to be on the alert. And we have to have a sheriff and a sheriff's office that is able to do that, to look ahead, to not just deal with what's happening today, but to try to anticipate what the needs are going to be for the future. And I think with the growth in this county that I have seen, I started coming here in 1954 when I was 4 years old. My grandparents lived here, but I've lived here permanently for 8 years. But the growth in those 8 years, the changes are dramatic. And with growth come a lot of good things, but also comes the propensity for increased crime, danger, things that we have to be on the alert for. I think the chairman's suggestion of funding part of the sheriff with the reserves is absolutely correct. And I understand Ms. Adams' comment about funding a recurring expense from the reserves. But it's really only half of it, because as the speaker before me pointed out, you had $6 million allocated already for the sheriff. So you're really only talking about having to pick up an additional $6 million. And depending on what happens with revenue in the future and so forth, that ought to be able to be accomplished, and you'll have plenty of time to plan for it, because you'll have an entire year. I want to thank you for your service to the community and tell you that if you really care about this community, you'll make sure that it's safe, and that means funding our sheriff's request 100%. Thank you very much.
Like others have said, I wasn't sure I was going to speak, but I come here with my whole adult career based in municipal, county, and state government. My husband has 42 years in law enforcement. I had several. I have never been more impressed with a sheriff's office than I have over the past 4 years. I've got to see some of the deputies in their roles, taking care of a matter that involved our community of 56 homes. When you talk about the homeless deputy, he does more than I've ever seen a deputy do. The lady before me said the number one role of government is public safety. It always has been. And Commissioner Flesher, I give you credit for seeing the public's opinion on this matter, because I haven't spoke to anyone in my travels in the county that is against giving the sheriff's office the money they need. I worked in a small PD in a small town, and I spent my time there training officers, getting them outfitted, and watching them leave for better money when they didn't even have to move to get that better money. I also watched my husband, who was a sheriff, county sheriff for 10 years, have the same revolving door. I know that 2 of you know what the road was like years ago. And I commend you for listening to me, but I also know that every officer I've talked to says it's a whole different world out there than when you and I were on the road. And those deputies deserve every penny they make. And they deserve to be equal to the communities near us. Otherwise, we're going to lose them. And I know things have been said in the heat of the moment. I know things have been said that people didn't appreciate. I know things were done yesterday that people didn't appreciate. But here's your chance to make things right, at least in the eyes of the public who you serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to be hard for me because, you know, the sheriff up there, the former sheriff, Darrell Lohr, and I, before this sheriff became the sheriff, that same sheriff up there said, Wilford, I want you to support Eric Flowers. He's running for sheriff, and this is what I want you to do. And I said, yes, sir. We supported that man right up there as well. And my father got with Wheeler and came back from the NAACP convention and talked to Wheeler about the Coke unit. And that man right there was one of the first members of the Coke unit. That man over there, the Ehrman family, my family and his family go all the way back, 50, 60, 70 years back. So we have a relationship up here. It's written in stone. Where I'm headed with this today, they understand politics. They understand, all y'all understand how this game is played. Now, what we do need today, and because there's a lot of nonprofit executive directors in here as well. There's a lot of CEOs in here as well. Now, what we need to do is what? Get this 5-0 vote. Let's get Eric Flowers, the sheriff, the money that he needs. It's a game, politics. Let's take care of that. But at the same time, let's not neglect those folks that I see in the audience today that need money so that all these different organizations can survive. I'm on a lot of boards. And we're out there raising money every single day to make sure that we're successful. Team Success needs your help as well. You heard what he said. And so what I'm going to ask y'all today to be on one accord, let's take care of it. Let's figure it out. Let's get a 5-0 vote on this. And then let's take care of the executive directors out here in this audience as well. Thank you.
Folks. Yeah, that's a little better. I thought you were coming to speak. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this topic?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Charles Hoffman. I've been a resident here since 2007 on Orchid Island. And I'm going to start off by saying I'm going to be a little negative, okay, right from the beginning, but I hope it's constructive, all right? I've managed budgets from $1.5 billion to $2 billion, $2.5 billion. And I've been faced with a lot of budget constraints the majority of my career. First thing I'd like to say, when I see a budget of increase year over year in this economics of 8.1%, and if any of my managers came in or any of my vice presidents came in with an 8.1% and give me the detail that I could take a look at to justify it. Every year, I demanded of my people that not only have it, when they come in for an increase, they had to have a substantiation of why the increase is there, okay? And they also had an annual task. I think that in government, whether it's Eric Flowers, and I have no political agenda, I'm not associated with either party, I'm a registered independent, but what I believe in is taking a look at specific individual items. An 8.1% increase, a 59% increase, a 20.4% increase, a 33.4% increase is excessive in this point in time. I think you need to start to take a look at not only whether a new program is needed by Eric Flowers or something else, but what's the efficiency that you can generate year over year. We never would have been in business had we not had annual increases and efficiencies created. You just can't keep building and building and building and increase and increase and increase. As I said, I'm a little bit negative on it. I've watched county workers, 4 of them leaning on their shovel and 1 individual working. I've seen Eric Flowers' team out at the Hale Grove, where 2 of them sit there for an hour. I go up to Home Depot and or Publix, and I see them still walking, chit-chatting there in the back of Hale's Hale's old groves there. I believe that you've got to not only take a look at increase in specific programs, et cetera, but create efficiencies. I've done it all my life. I've done it for 40 years, and I don't regret it one bit that I've been faced with some tasks like you are, and I would suggest that you also take a look at the increases, but increase task and improve in efficiency. I'd also like to compliment, and one thing positive, I've worked with Laura Moss in the past, and at least she's the only one that I've had in this council that has returned my calls. Sometimes we haven't agreed, okay, but at least she's taken the effort to return my calls and debate about the various things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name's Barbara Milas. My concern is that because this county is growing so much, I understand that he wants to give his deputies a raise, but is this money going to be able to hire more deputies? I mean, how many deputies do we need to cover and make us secure here? Because you're having thousands and thousands and thousands of more people that are moving in here. So is it going to help him to, hire more deputies, or is this money just going to just their raises?
So there was no request for new positions in the sheriff's budget request.
So when he has to hire more people next year, the budget's going to have to be more again to hire more deputies, or
No,
how long is this, if he gets this money?
that could happen, but the sheriff is the only constitutional officer in the state that has the opportunity to utilize funding at his discretion. He may move any funding at any time without a request. All other constitutional offices that are afforded the budget in which they request, if they change something in there, whether it's equipment or personnel, they have to notify us. That's just the way it is. The governor has given the sheriff complete discretion I will tell you that in the past, I did take issue. One of my colleagues will say that too. I'm doing this a couple of years now. When a sheriff earmarks for a certain amount of vehicles or a certain amount of personnel, and that doesn't happen, it's very easy to talk about, as someone else has spoke about witnessing certain things occurring on day to day. It's very easy to talk about how the sheriff did not purchase 22 cars, he purchased 28 cars. It's very easy to talk about that the sheriff did not hire anyone this year, but everyone got raises. That is up to his discretion. So the answer to your question is, we have to have the faith and trust in the man who wears the star that is operating this budget, that he's going to do what he committed to do, but he also has the discretion. So he will give the increases, and then if he needs personnel, he will have to make those adjustments. We won't be making budget amendments for his needs, as he's being afforded an ample funding to operate the sheriff's office as he sees fit. And again, he is the only constitutional officer that has that authority.
So he hasn't said, I also need to get more deputies, so I do need more money so that I can hire
That has not been
more
discussed about
people.
additional deputies that are going to be added to the force.
Because, I mean, it looks to me like there's not enough deputies in this town. These accidents that are occurring in this town are just out of control, and you hardly ever see deputies out there on the roads, you know, controlling the roads. I'm just wondering where they are, and I have respect. I have respect for them all, I do. But, you know, I'm just wondering, do we need more deputies? You know, I'm all about, you know, fundraising and taking care of people, but, you know, I just think that, you know, we do need to know where that money is going to go to, because with all these people moving into this town, it's not going to be, you know, if you only have so many deputies, it's not going to be safe.
And again, I did speak with the sheriff, and I did ask him to be here. Unfortunately, an emergent matter did take place, and he is addressing that as we speak. Perhaps during this budget hearing, he may be able to come here. It would have been, I believe, far easier to have him here to make those statements.
Right. I mean, I definitely agree that they do need a raise. They're making less than some people that are pushing a broom, but, you know, my concern was, is he going to hire more people to, you know, with that money? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishes to speak?
Hi, my name is Letitia Wood, and I am a resident here of Vero Beach. I did not plan to come up here and talk, but after hearing certain people talk about budget and money and, which is, I know you have to do that, but you have to think about where you live, too. Somebody said they live on Orchid Island. Okay, I don't live on Orchid Island. I know friends that don't live there. I have friends that live in certain areas of Vero Beach that are not so nice. So one of the things that I had heard about when I came to the meeting I don't know when it was, last month or a month and a half ago. I really think that the budget needs to be addressed to with giving the guys their raise or women, because you go to other counties and they're getting paid more money. So we're trying to keep what we have, but if you don't pay them the right amount, and what's the right amount? These men and women go out. I mean, sometimes they don't come back. You know, they go out with their lives. You can't put a price on that. So if you can give these men and women the I don't know what's the right amount, you know, a good amount of money to keep them here so they're not losing guys and women to go somewhere else because they're going, you know, there's a higher pay up there. That's what that's why I'm here. I want to let you guys know, give him what he needs so that these men and women that are working here already stay here and they don't go anywhere else. And you know what would be even nicer? That if they do get paid really good and they do have good benefits, they are going to talk, and maybe we'll get some other people, other guys that'll come here and women that will come and want to work here. We're not even looking at what the influx of people that are coming up from the south, the influx of people that are coming from the north, because the state of Florida is the place to be. Thank God that I've been here umpteen, you know, a lot of years, and I love it. And I'm kind of like, I don't want anybody else to come here, you know, but it's a beautiful place to live. We live in paradise, but we have to think about, too, that, you know, we have to keep these men, maybe, and I'm sure, you know, Eric Flowers will consider hiring more, and he might not even have to consider it, but he might have to because of the people that are going to be coming here. I mean, in the area that I live, and I have friends that live in an area that is not so nice, and they're having to call to get the police, you know, the sheriff's department to come help because their neighbor has stuff, you know, things going on over there. And so it's different areas that we need help in. Some areas are nice and some areas are not. And it should all be nice if we had the people to take care of it. And if we can keep them here and maybe get more. So that's my 2 cents, and thank you for listening, and I appreciate you all with what you guys do, so thank you.
Appreciate you, ma'am. Anyone else? Microphones.
We go. Hi, I'm Renee Rhea. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 21 years. I spoke the last time as well. I know one of the questions that Commissioner Ehrman had was, you know, the budget has gone up, what was it, 22 million or whatever it was in the last few years or whatever. But one of the things we have to remember is that, and I saw it, and I know a lot of my counterparts saw it, we went 7 years without a raise, right? So that stunted, and as many people had done, that stunted the growth and the pay and whatnot of the sheriff's office. So Sheriff Eric Flowers has done his due diligence in trying to bring up, now that takes time. You can't just automatically bring us up to where we need to be. So he has taken steps. He worked on the deputies to get them, because we had deputies that had been there for a long time and they had not even reached top out pay. You know, they weren't even close. So he took care of them. And he has diligently tried to take care of all of the employees as he goes. And I think it was Commissioner Flesher had said something about there has to be a plan. There was a plan, and that was part of this plan, is getting us. And the other thing that we need to talk about is, like some people have talked about, is the retention. From the last time that we came, I have lost an employee, or about to lose an employee come Friday, because of pay, strictly because of pay. she can't afford to move out on her own. She's got a 5-year-old that needs to be on the state insurance because she can't afford our family insurance. These are all facts, and I'm just talking about my one unit of 20-something people, never mind the whole sheriff's office. We will lose people. The sheriff's point is to retain the good deputies and employees, civilians, that we have. If we don't approve this budget, who is going to be to blame when we lose these people and when people call 911 and no one answers? Or it takes a really long time to answer 911. If there's delays in us, responding to a call because we don't have the manpower, who's going to be blamed to that? We need to retain who we have. We have amazing men and women that work for our agency, and we need to retain them. You can't blame them for wanting to put food on their table. You can't blame them for wanting to take care of their families. They are trying to do what they can for their loved ones. And they put their lives, are sworn, put their lives on the line every single day. Our civilians are the backbone of the agency and help support our law enforcement. We need to take care of the sheriff's office because we are all extremely important, every single one of us. And that's all I got to say.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dale Dawkins, longtime residents here. I know a lot of you guys. I appreciate the fact that you guys have put it out to us to hear from us. I think it's time for us to hear from you guys. I think you hear our hearts and how we feel about this particular budget. I thank you guys for opening it up and trying to give him what he needs to take care of our officers or our deputies. I can give you one story. When I was playing football down at the University of Miami and in the National Football League, I was down in Miami training. And if I hadn't had a deputy who was a friend that I called because there was trouble at my house, I called that deputy. And I said, I'm in Miami and I'm on my way. The guy didn't have to go the extra mile for me. He called and notified officers that was on the turnpike as I was speeding, trying to get home to my family. He said, Dale, don't worry. I'm going to go to your house and I'll check that out for you. He stayed there until I hit 60 and called me and said, you can slow down. Your house is fine. So these guys go above and beyond, and I know that there's a lot of stories that a lot of us have where these guys have, done things to make sure that we were safe. You have to call those same guys. And right now, your statement, whatever you decide to do, will say a lot to those guys. I don't want those guys coming into my community disgruntled, upset, frustrated, that they've had to take on a second detail or another detail to make ends meet in their house. Missing a kid's game, missing their own children's football game, or paying for, or having to pick up that extra duty to pay for a uniform or outfit or registration for their kids to participate in organized sports. I think you guys have done the right thing and heading in the right direction to put this on the floor so we can take care of these men and women. I work with one at the school that I work at, and I watch them and tell our families and our kids that I promise you, and I make this vow to you, that if anything happens on this campus, I'll be the first one to jump into harm's way. You can't put a price on that. You can't put a price on that. And again, I implore you and I thank you guys for doing the right thing here tonight and ending this. I'm sick of watching this on TV. This does not represent Vero Beach. We're all better than this. This should have never made it to the public. It should have never made it to the media. It's none of me that's bidding what happened. This is our family, and those guys belong to us, and we want you to take care of them. Take care of them. I appreciate you guys paying attention to us, listening to me, and I thank you guys for the decision that you will make here tonight.
What else? Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Good evening. My name's Phil Doherty. I'm a detective with the Sheriff's Office. I'm also the president of the Deputies Union here. And I wanted to start by thanking you guys for opening dialogue to this to allow us to possibly find a way to fund the budget that the sheriff's asking for. I've heard what everyone's saying here tonight, so I wanted to clarify a couple things too. With us getting the raises, we're not trying to be millionaires here, right? We're trying to be competitive with surrounding areas is what we're asking for. It keeps us from losing people because when we're getting newer people in, what they're looking at first and foremost is the dollars that they're going to be getting paid. So if we're competitive, we have a lot of attractive qualities at our agency that are going to bring people here if the money's there. We have people at other agencies calling us right now asking if we're getting these raises because they want to come here. Our county is known as being aggressive on crime, and we want to keep it that way. The more people we have here, the more aggressive we can be. I don't want anyone here to get victimized. We all love our county, and we want to bring as many people here to protect everybody in this room as we can. It also costs us a lot more money to keep training new people rather than just retaining what we have. And we can onboard people with experience at that point that want to come here. We all want to live in this community as well. We don't want to have to commute to work every day. If people are going to Martin County or PSL, having to drive an hour back and forth to work every day for extra money when we can just fix that problem here, and they don't have to take extra time away from their family every morning and every night to drive back and forth for the same service they can provide to our community. We want to be here and protect you guys, and being able to do this will allow us more deputies on the road, more people protecting the inmates in the jail, more people out there for visibility purposes. We get quicker response times. It's a safety issue at that point. If we have 4 people go into a call rather than 1 or 2, I'd much rather have that. I mean, we don't know what's on the other end of that phone call that's coming in or the traffic stop that we're doing. We don't know if someone's going 70 miles an hour because they just committed a violent felony or just because they're speeding. We don't know what we're getting into. And allowing us to be paid, as we saw an issue today, someone who stands up for their country and speaks out, he's a target. Well, cops are targets today too. We have an emblem on our shirt that says sheriff. That's a target. Our cars are billboards. That's a target. And we do that because we love our community and want to make everybody the safest and have the best living quality that we can. So that's really the basis of why we need this, is to just keep what we have and get more people and make you guys have the best environment you can and the safest environment you can. So I thank you for allowing us here tonight to explore some options for this.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Dennis Philpott, and I came back home. I'm a veteran. I served in the United States Army, and
Thank you for your service.
I'm a long-time guy from a long time ago as a baby. I know A.B. Michaels and all those guys, so we go way back in the citrus business and all that good stuff here today. And I come to say that in God we trust. I think we as people are spending too much time on this budget. Because if you want to be protected, there's a price to pay. And I should be the final one to stand here today for the people. I say we move forward and give the sheriff what he needs. That's all I have to say today.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Connie Kelly, and I bought a home here about 6 years ago, thinking that it was a safe place to live because it says Vero Beach is a paradise and it's a safe place to live. Well, I have a story for everybody and for these sheriffs. that on January 1st, 2024, I heard a lot of noise outside my house, okay, all around. And I had went to bed early, it's New Year's Eve, and I hadn't been drinking or anything. I was actually moving some fence panels to, improve my property because I bought a little fixer-upper. It's not in a bad area, okay, it's on a dead-end street. On January 1st, okay, I stepped outside of my house, and a teenager with a 2-foot knife came at me, boom, okay? And he stopped when I said, "Oh my God," with the knife up above my head. Just enough for me to push him out of the way and fight for my life, to get back into the house, to call 911. This place is not a safe place. And the way I was treated by the sheriff's department was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. After I got away from my attacker, okay, so when he came down with the knife, it was like a dagger knife that has the long handle. So the handle hit my arm, okay, and the knife slid up across my arm, just barely touching me. Or it touched me, but I didn't get cut. This is approximately 2:30 in the morning on January 1st, 2024, okay? Then the attacker came around, I spun around, and he pushed me towards my house, so I had bruises all the way up and down my back from getting away from this attacker. He then came inside my door, and I had fingerprints on my door. Okay? And I still have fingerprints on my door. It's the one thing I haven't changed on my property because of those fingerprints. All right? Officers came. I live on a dead-end street. The person was standing there. Officers are asking me, what color is his pants? And I'm like, if I was looking down, I would not be here today. There was no arrest made. Okay? Fingerprints, okay, where are they? Why is my case dropped with fingerprints on the door on an attempted murder? Not only after that, I found out he punctured both my vehicle's car tires, so the air would come out of the car tires, and cut both of my brake lines on both of my vehicles. So even if I survived this horrific attack, I wouldn't even have been able to get away. The next day, I went for a restraining order, since it was multiple different ways he tried to attack me. I couldn't get a restraining order, okay? I'm wondering, and you sit here and you listen, these people want to make it safe, all right? I don't live in a bad area. I have evidence on my door with fingerprints to an attempted murderer. Okay? Shortly thereafter, he went back out with a loaded gun and tried to kill another person. He did get caught this time, so there are fingerprints on record. All you have to do is match the fingerprints on record from that police report and see if this is my attacker and arrest him for my attempted murder. It has not been done. When I go into, and I tried to call and talk to sheriffs, Eric Flowers, I never got a return call back. The lieutenant called me back, but why in God's name, with an attempted murder that I survived, with fingerprints on my door, would be dropped? Believe it or not, his hearing was today to reduce his parole from that second one. It was supposed to be 5 years, and it was going to get reduced to 1 year. He's been out on the street, okay? When you talk about how these officers want to be safe, and I look at other counties where there's actually investigations, and they do find the fingerprints, and they match them with the criminals, and they get them off the street, that's safe. I'm living in fear from January 1st, 2024, because my murderer that tried to attack me and kill me, that I survived, is still on the street. So I'm sorry. I can't sit here and say, I feel these officers deserve it. Because when I had an officer come to me, and you know what the statement was? Aren't you 60 years old? Don't you have mental problems? I could not believe it, how I was treated. And then they also did some investigation and they tried to find the neighbor's cameras. Nothing. There was no car. The person was standing there. They had him detained in the sheriff's department car. But because I couldn't identify clothing, their pants, at 2:30 in the dark, you know, and the person did have this little bandana mask on, but fingerprints on my door. And I still have not had justice or received, you know, and then I'm laughed at when I go into the sheriff's department. I even wanted to do an FDLE paperwork because I felt that the case was not handled properly. And why keep an attempted murderer, well, actually he's tried twice or maybe multiple times, on the street? Why? I can't sit here and say that these sheriffs deserve this raise. I pay taxes here. I own my home. Would you, if you were attacked and almost killed in front of your doorstep when you stepped outside because you heard some, you know, thinking it was fireworks, and you had fingerprints and had a horrific attack, you have a 911 you're screaming at, and they turn around and treat you like that because you're a 60-year-old, you're single, you don't have any witnesses, and I didn't have cameras. Well, I sure do now. I have cameras. But I've got, because I had no arrest, I couldn't get any of my repairs of my tires, my brake lines, or anything through insurance covered. I was out thousands of dollars. I don't feel that they deserve this raise until they fight the crime, and then it's just a waste. Out there for hours, detaining someone and not making an arrest. You had the fingerprints on the door. I don't even know if those are in my file. So I'm just here to say that's my story, and it's my only one time that I had to deal with Indian River Sheriff's Department. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't give them a raise if they asked for one.
Hello, good evening. I've been watching virtual and I felt like it was needed to just come and say some truths. I think everyone's trauma is valid in this room, but I've not had that experience with the Sheriff's Department. I do believe that Flowers does deserve this money. I believe that the deputies deserve this money to protect our children. I have 4 children in a school right now, and today there was a disastrous event for someone who is empowering these children. So to not have them protected is making us vulnerable. And I feel that way. And like I said, everyone's opinion is valid, but I'm here because I felt driven to be here, not on a personal note, but because I feel like this money will be used accurately, and we truly do need protection. Our crime rate has skyrocketed. I hear sirens for the first time at night ever. I've lived here my whole life. That's not right. I know that happens, that's normal day to day, but not at Vero Beach day to day. I just feel like we need protection in areas that maybe people's experiences are different, but that doesn't speak for everyone. And making a judgment call on one person's actions does not speak for the entire department. And I feel like they deserve that. So I hope you take my thoughts into consideration, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Jaffe. I live in District 4. I've been a resident of Indian River County in Vero Beach since 1996. Listening to everybody talk is very moving, very passionate. And so rather than sharing opinions, I'd like to just make sure that it's appropriate for me to ask some questions and make sure that we all understand the facts. Is that appropriate?
No.
No?
No, need you to make your comments.
I don't know the facts. What is the starting salary of a deputy in Indian River County today?
$50,600.
$50,000. What is the starting salary of a deputy in St. Lucie County today? $60. So we're talking about a $10,000 difference?
It's 58.
Deputies are driving an hour for a $10,000 a year difference? Is that right? Okay. I heard a deputy speak very passionately just a few minutes ago, and I heard her say that she didn't get a raise as a deputy for 7 years.
Sir, you need to speak to the microphone.
Oh,
so we
excuse
can
me.
hear you. And
I'm sorry.
Public
I'm
can't hear
sorry.
you.
I was just
And
shocked.
we want to hear you.
I was shocked by that. I mean, we're talking about a budget increase. Who was sheriff for those 7 years?
That was me during the recession, sir.
He was a good sheriff.
It's 4 and 3. And you lightened up the crowd. Appreciate it. Thank you. We could use that. Is there anyone else? Well, at this time, I want to respond to the original inquiry of why are we doing it that way. This is a very important issue. We are about, again, once we get to the next line, we are approving the general fund as it stands. And I felt it most appropriate was to encourage public input, but also to make the statement about the general fund, because we are about to make a motion. And during that time, I did suggest that we move forward, and we may not all like it. We may not all have, we have different perceptions. One of my colleagues used to write the budget. I was very close to the budget when Sheriff Roy Raymond was our sheriff. And then I had the opportunity to be here through many budgets, and not many of them were seamless. There was some contention. And in the discussions, there was some give and take. There was some understanding, because the sheriff does have latitude and can hire or not hire or elevate or buy equipment at his discretion. That's what makes it difficult for us. We know how the budget looks. We can look at it from 18,000 feet and see the budget. It's very difficult, as someone suggested, to look at a budget managing budgets unless you know the utility of the budget. You can't truly assess. You have to know the needs. You have to know the demands. And I want to bring something else. It was brought up on the public discussion that there are deputies that are leaving. We do have some record of some, but not many. But guess what? We have 67 counties, and we have all heard in the conferences we've gone to and what we hear from the Sheriff's Association, and what we hear from many of our colleagues serving in other counties, this is a statewide challenge. And right now, this is budget season across the state. And individuals are watching carefully. And there will be movement. I have to be open-minded. You can anticipate movement. And we're here calculating, well, the cost of living down there is more significant. I came from a place that had a very high cost of living and almost had to stay there the rest of my life. And that would have been it. But here, we have a quality of life, and we have a low millage rate, one of the lowest in the state. Now, those that have increased their millage rate also will have a propensity to increase their budgets, their salaries, and that's where they will go. They will go. They will relocate for that $10,000. They will relocate for that $15,000. Now, if they do, they may be incurring the cost of living wherever they go, and it's going to be different. That's a personal decision. Not all decisions are the correct ones. They're just the ones that look great in our own minds. And that is what we're facing. We're facing individuals that will be relocating, will be making choices, and in a matter of weeks, when all the budgets are set, there's going to be a lot of crosstalk and a lot of movement. I anticipate that. I don't think it'll be in huge numbers, but I anticipate it, and I'm being very open-minded about it. Somebody comment, well, you know, not when you were there, or not when you were there. But you know what? Many of the same principles are happening today, and we're talking about human bodies that are dedicated to your safety and security. And we don't want to lose institutional knowledge of this area, of who we are and what we are, and that's why I made that appeal. I can't make the motion. But if we did hear that motion, I would be the quickest second that existed.
I have a question, Mr.
And
Chair.
what,
When you're ready, I have a question.
it was suggested that we leave the $6 million intact and take the $6 million in reserve. That would be another option. What I did not want to do is increase the burden on the taxpayers because we can't change the mill rate. And I most certainly did not want to look at reducing the likelihood that we would be able to complete many of the endeavors that we have explored and committed to. The county administrator has approached us with that increase, and that means a decrease in service and a commitment to the public. That's not what we're looking for. How could we support that? Shave this roadway off a little bit. Let's take this off. We're not going to add these individuals to our complement. There are over 1,000 employees that operate in Erie River County. They do work hard, and we can't reduce them. And we also have vacancies. But when the county administrator approached and said, well, we can take this off, we can take this off, and shave it off, and I said, what are we doing? Yeah, maybe I had an epiphany. I'll say that. But the reality is that if we don't do something, we may have an additional challenge on our hands. So, whether it's maintain what we have earmarked for the sheriff's budget request, emphasize request, and leave it intact with the 6 million and take 6 million from reserve and he's fully funded, or return back the general fund to the general fund, earmarked for the sheriff, now earmarked back to general fund, we can get more projects done, and take 12 million out of reserve. I know it's not good practice to start a budget, especially a recurring cost, from reserve, but we do have that number available in unencumbered reserve funds.
Can I speak to that, sir?
Please, sir.
So currently, the total fund balance for the general fund is $65.3 million.
Excuse me?
$65.3 million. Of that, non-spendable, restricted, or committed results in $64.6 million. You also have, related to projects and proceeds, reserved $4.4 million. You have a 20% unassigned fund balance requirement by policy for $28.9 million, a budget stabilization policy of 5% of $7.25 million by policy, emergency disaster relief reserve by 5%, and then you have cash forward budget amendments to the tune of $1.475 million for projects that will be rolled over from last fiscal year or they were unbudgeted entirely. So at the end of the day, your current fund balance available for the general fund is $15,226,936. So I would make a couple comments. Generally when you're talking about using fund balance or reserves, it's usually for one-time costs, capital projects, and it's not the best practice in any financial situation to use it for recurring expenses. At the end of the day, these recurring expenses will compound. So it's not just if you use $6 billion this year, you're going to be adding that to next year, and you're going to have to result in a significant tax increase next year to make up the money. So I'm just saying that without decreasing the reserves. The new revenue this year was $8.68 million. And that was down from the last 3 years. We have watched it progressively go down in terms of new revenue. Why? We are seeing the economy cool. We are seeing homes that are staying on the market longer. We're seeing price reductions. Major national economists and state economists, the State Economic Conference is also suggesting that the next couple years are going to be, the sky's not falling, and I'll use the analogy that has been used by Dr. Snaith, last year when he was talking about the economic forecast. If the Great Recession was a Category 5 and COVID was, basically maybe a Category 2, what we're going to be facing is more than likely a tropical storm. But they are suggesting, and we're seeing it because our building permit revenues are down, our impact fee revenues are down. The new construction, last year the new construction was $665,000 added to the tax roll. This year it was just over $600,000. There's two firms, and there's been two stories in the last 6 months. One that analyzed 384 metropolitan areas and says Indian River County has the 5th steepest decline in property values. I think it was last month or a month and a half ago, Sebastian saw a very specific article towards the drop in their property values. So the backdrop of that is, with property values going down, you also had the legislature that's pushing property tax reform. If they force a rollback, how do you roll back and then increase to make up for the money that you're taking out of reserves this year to cover not just 1 year expenses, but 2 years expenses? So I just would caution you on trying to balance a budget with a recurring expense out of fund balance when there's only $15.2 million truly available.
Well, you just said that in Sebastian, the taxes...
Property values.
Property values went down?
Property values in Sebastian. There was an article, I think it was about a month and a half, 6 weeks ago.
I think it was vacant land, because they must have went around my block, because mine didn't. So I don't necessarily agree on that overall statement
I did.
that the values have, excuse me, the values have gone down, but I don't believe it's in correlation with what general property values are in Indian River County.
Where I would suggest that it is I think the first year, I think it was like $10.8 million increase in value, property value, without raising the millage rate. You had additional $10 million, almost $11 million. Last year, it was 8 and change, almost 9. Yeah, I think it was 8, something like, or 9 or something like that, and now we're down to 8.68. We are seeing the last 3 years, the values go down, that is new revenue becoming available by virtue of the property values in our county.
Okay, well, this afternoon, I got the total general fund for MSTU, and general fund unrestricted was $78,918,193.35.
What's that? So
Unrestricted.
Unrestricted, but there, you have to less out those amounts that you have by policy, where you have the 20% for the unassigned fund balance, you have the 5% for the budget stabilization, 5% for emergency and disaster relief reserve. I mean, I think we all know that. I mean, we're 5 storms behind of being reimbursed by state and federal government that we're carrying a negative balance on in one of our funds. And then there's cash forward budget amendments and CIE projects that are being added. For the MSTU, if I was to come all the way down, the fund balance available out of 39.3 is $21,589,071. The problem that for the challenge for the board is you can't fund it all out of MSTU.
Mr. Chair, I believe that Commissioner Moss has a question.
I understand, yes. Commissioner Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciated Mr. Tony Consuelo's suggestion, and that was to spend the 6 that we've already allocated and then take the 6 from the reserve fund, which is what we've been talking about, I guess. Total reserve fund, because 6 million doesn't, I know that larger numbers went by. Total reserve fund is what? Just to keep it simple.
But you can't go by the total reserve fund, because the total reserve fund is all funds. Those are business enterprise funds, those are restricted funds, utilities, Sand Ridge Golf Course, those are all individual business enterprise funds. So the general fund balance that you have available is $15,226,000. You take $6 million out of it, then you have $9 million. But the challenge is look at the utilities.
Yeah.
We had to correct the utilities rates because we were on a downward trend.
Yes.
That in 2027 we were going to be out of reserves. We were using reserves for the last, I don't know how many years, to balance their budget. And
so the 15 million then that we have, how long did it take to accumulate that, if you know? And you can estimate. I'm not going to hold you to it. I just want to get an idea.
we would have to look it up. I don't want to give you.
Want a break?
What's that?
I was going to ask, Mr. Chair, if I can. I think, Mr. Administrator, fellow commissioners, the theme of this overall budget was to raise the deputies to a comparative salary. If John, and I believe we looked at those numbers on July 9th, if you'd be so kind to pull those numbers up, see what that would cost us to increase the deputies. I believe the number was $61,000 per deputy, with, I believe, a $9,000 a year adjustment for every other deputy and a $3,500 adjustment for the civilian employees. I would like to see those numbers. And with that, Mr. Chair, we can take a break while he pulls those up.
Yeah, because I have it on my computer, and I need to, if you want to see that
Decision on the
spreadsheet.
general fund, we've had the input. You need a few minutes?
Yeah, we would need probably about 10 minutes to take this and put it
Why
into.
What about 15 minutes?
We'll take a break for 15 minutes, give everybody a chance to get a comfort
But
break.
so before we take that break, so as we're doing this, is there anything else that you want considered as it comes to the
Yeah,
general fund?
even if you can.
Wait,
I
ladies and
really
gentlemen,
need to hear
please,
this
can you
so
give me
we
a
can
moment?
provide proper analysis.
Even if you can just give me a rough estimate of how long it takes to accumulate the 15 million, I understand the importance of not draining that. So
Just
I'm
trying to get it
curious
covered.
How long it takes.
Thank you.
To accumulate that. Even a rough estimate is suitable.
So I understand the question. How long would it take to replenish
Yes, that's
the
right.
unfunded
Yes.
balance?
Right. That's why I'm asking. Thank you.
And can we do that in 2 steps? Can we do the 6 million? 3 million, 6 million, and 12 million?
I'm not-
I
I'm
don't
not
really
sure I'm
understand what you're
following.
talking
So,
about.
I mean, I
You're
think-
saying how long, Commissioner Moss's question was, how long will it take to recover that, correct? Did
No,
I understand it?
no, I wanted to know how long it took to accumulate the $15 million reserve.
Right.
So how long would it take to
decided to tap
replenish
into
it?
it.
Replenish
We
3
know how
million,
long-
6 million, or 12 million?
Well, that will be incumbent upon the answer of the
Well,
first
I
question.
think it's very hypothetical in the sense that we don't know what the property values are going forward and what's going to happen.
Like I said, I'm not holding you to it, and we already have the 15, so I'm just wondering how long it took us to get to the
Well,
15.
I would
That's all.
suggest
So
to
that's
get to the
backtrack.
$65 million you got to go back to the Great Recession and you look on how,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to have a discussion. Thank you. We have not recessed yet.
I would suggest that it goes back to the Great Recession in the aftermath of laying off a substantial number of the workforce. And I think it included deputies too. Is that not correct, Commissioner Lord? So, I mean, you had to lay people off. That's why when we talk about 1,000 employees today, we
Right.
just passed where we were in 2007, a number of employees. So
Right.
then they enacted policies so they would have that, that rainy day fund, that unreserved policy. So if economic catastrophe hit, you'd be able to weather that storm. And not most, pretty much every financial organization I know, again, will tell you that you do not use, maybe with the exception of the budget stabilization policy fund, you do not use that but for one-time expenses or capital projects expenses or something like
Listen,
that.
that is business 101. You
Yeah.
don't
Yes.
use you don't use savings accounts or reserves for recurring funding because savings is not recurring.
And I appreciate that. I think if we were to do it, what we would need to do is take the 6 million from the reserve fund as a one-time expense and be prepared to increase the millage next year. With the
Equal to-
understanding that we're going to increase the
So,
millage.
and that would have to be equal
We
to
would
the
need to do
6
it that way.
million plus, and then, let's just, because I know we're not talking till 28 probably before property tax reform hits, because it's going to be voted on the voters, because the same people are clapping are also going to vote to reduce their property tax.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
exactly.
we understand that.
All right, well, give us some numbers, we'll
Okay.
come back.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We will take that 15-minute recess. The meeting will now be called back to order. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, we are able to get the spreadsheet up that talked about what Commissioner Lohr had mentioned in terms of what we presented previously. I did in terms of the salaries as it relates to the salary and operating, costs for the sheriff's office. I say that so we can go over that as requested. And then the other thing that I would say is whatever budget you ultimately decide upon, however the use of the funds, we have advertisements that exist for September 17th. So we have to correct those. So before we would leave tonight, we would need to adopt the exact amount. And that will require is, whatever you vote on, is for Kristen and Elise to go back to their office and balance it appropriately so it can be advertised appropriately. And I know there's going to be a groan on this, but that's going to be a minimum of a half hour for them to rebalance a $90 million budget. So we can go over this. So this was presented, and it was actually updated after the first workshop when we were made aware of Polk County. All the bold ones are the counties. Indian River County, $50,619 starting salary. Martin County, $62,154. Brevard, $54,808. Polk, $63,000. St. Lucy's, $58,862. When you average them out alone, SO only salaries average, it's $57,800. So if you look at the green rate box that says pay raise scenario, it's 373 deputies. That includes even the vacancies. If you just look at the starting salary to bring that up to what the sheriff had mentioned, he wanted to get to $60,000, that would be a $9,381 across the board increase. That totals $3,499,000. Then when you add the benefits, the multiplier is about 1.5. It comes out to $5.248,670,000, or the total amount for sworn officers for 5.2, almost 5.3. Then there's 190 civilians. So we estimated the average increase at 3,500. They are looking to, I think the request, if I recall, was like 5,250 plus the longevity, but we estimated at 3,500, which comes out to $665,000. There is a benefit multiplier about 1.25, that's 831. So for the salaries alone, it's, with all their benefits that are in that category, is $6,079,920. That's what was presented previously. That's the one that you asked the sheriff that if he got that, would that not be sufficient? So that's so $6,079,000 would just, if the board said, this is what we want to spend the money on, or direct the sheriff that, as much as you can, it's like, this is what we would be approving. But that's the cost to bring the salaries, starting salary at $60,000. And the other comment was, somebody I think asked about what's the starting salary, but the average salary that was provided to us is $68,300 for the deputies.
Right. So this would bring all the starting up to 60 and give every uniformed jail, courthouse, and road patrol a $9,000 a year raise.
$9,381.
And it would give your civilian employees, 190 of them?
190, yes, sir.
A $3,500 raise across the board.
Yes, sir.
For $6 million.
It's basically 6.1.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that is in line with what we had approved in the workshop a little bit more, and I'm fine with that if that provides the clarification, the specific numbers. But it seems like that accomplishes the goal of what the sheriff's budget was intended, or as presented, was intended to do, which was to raise the base pay and avoid compression with the deputies.
And I believe that was the theme of the budget presentation. Raise the starting and complement the others, if I remember correctly.
I think you're right.
That's how I recall it.
That's correct.
So is there an estimate on replenishment? We were talking about taking
So,
it from
yeah,
the
so the $15
$15
million,
million.
it depends on the economic cycle.
I'm sorry,
So
what?
from.
Oh, the economic cycle.
Well,
Yeah.
because like from 2000, it took us from 2013 to 2021, 8 years to get to the point where we are now. The 15, to increase by $15 million. But in the same
Took
time.
how many years? 8 years?
8 years. But in the same time, in the last couple years, it took, 2 years because we had strong tax collections, and now we're starting to see that level off and come down for the last, this is the third year, well, yeah, this is the third year it's gotten less.
Yeah.
Each
so,
year.
Well, that's what I was saying, and I agree. I think all of us feel that we wouldn't want to do this, take this, it's coming from the reserve, and we would want to make it up. I think we'd have to make it up by increasing the millage next year. We can't do anything this year because we've already voted, for the community, we've already voted on the millage, so it can only go down, it can't go up. So we would have to wait until next year to make that up. But as I said earlier, I like the proposal, Mr. Consuelo came up with it, to divide it, to leave the current funding from the general fund as is and take just 6 from the reserve. And then with the understanding that it is a one-time event, we're not going to do that every year, and so that we would have to increase the millage, and that would be an increase of approximately 0.5. Right now, it's roughly 3.5. If you round it off, it's about $3.50 per $1,000 of assessed value, your property tax.
Whatever the amount is that you increase, whatever that equals into the millage right now, you would have to double that next year because you're covering for the year that you, in arrears, and plus the year that you're going forward. So if it's let's, for argument's sake, whatever amount if the board was decided to go in this location, in this direction, and it was basically worth $500,000, next year it's a minimum $1 million increase, because it's the $500,000 for this year, and then to make up for the same amount that you're covering for next year.
And currently,
without any increases that may become forthcoming.
And currently, for the community, the millage rate has not been increased in, is it about 6 years?
6 years.
6 years, thank you. So it hasn't been increased in 6 years, and there are 67 counties in the state of Florida, and we are is it 6th or 7th lowest?
6 lowest.
So,
6.
It's 6 or 7. Well, anyway, we're at the bottom 10%, and normally I hate to be at the bottom of anything, but, this is a good place to be, is the bottom in this case. But if we increase it, the point is, if we increase it, we're still a very low-tax county, and we certainly want to stay that way. I think we're all committed to that. Is there anything else that we should, factor into this discussion?
So, and I know I've spoken with each of you, because I have requested information and I have received information from the sheriff's office. One of the areas we didn't focus on the salaries and the benefits because we knew that was important to the board. So we looked at operating, and contracted services is a large number. It's one of the biggest increases. We received spreadsheets for prior years. Well, that's helpful, but we really needed to see what the contracts were. I received those contracts, the actual contracts, I think it was at 1:53 on Monday. The original request was back in July, and they sent a spreadsheet, and I followed up and said I need the contracts. So they were provided, and I have not had a chance to go through all of them, but what I can tell you, looking at inmate medical, there is money there that, based on the current contract that is expiring, was set to be increased by 5%. The increase that was asked in the requested amount far exceeds that. And then the increase in the base amount for that also included the contract nurses for $159,000 and included the money for off-site medical to include a reserve for that. So all those funds were actually already built into the number, but then they were also provided, and then they were cut for the 12.2, but they didn't cut the 4.2 million, so there's arguably almost 1.6 million, arguably overstated. Haven't had a chance to sit down and talk with Amy. Aramark, the company that provides food for the prisoners, I think the year-to-date at the point, or if we call it the last board meeting, I said I think they agreed it was about $667,000, but $800,000 were budgeted for last year, for this current fiscal year. The proposal is at 1.2 million. Aramark's contract for last year went up 5.1%. I find it hard to believe that that contract's going to go up 5 or 50% to go from 800 when they're only projecting 667 to $1.2 million.
Okay, so if we take an overstatement, if you will, into account, that would bring the increase that would be taken from the reserves, say, like to 3 million, and that would make the total budget approximately 9 million, because we're already budgeted for 6. Is that fair to say?
I mean, they are budgeted for 6 right now.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And
So if you're asking,
but I'm just trying to understand the overstatement. The overstatement is 2 million now, and you.
I've only been through about 4 contracts.
You haven't gone through all the contracts.
Yes, and there's some others that are
potentially
large.
it could be another million. Is that fair to say? I don't know. I'm just trying to understand it.
I don't want to say it's fair to say because I haven't been through those contracts. I've only been through I start with the largest ones, and I'm working my way down.
All right. So it's definitely. Oh, okay. So
There's
there's
63
smaller-
contracts, and I think I've been through 5 total.
So the remaining contracts are for smaller amounts then? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Start with the larger
several
ones?
$100,000. I think there's one about 2.1. So no, there's still some in there that have some significant amounts. I mean, I have it, I have it printed, I could,
Mr. Chair, if I can, I'd like to also remind Commissioner Moss that she's talking about an increase in millage next year. Obviously, that would take a board vote to increase the millage rate. I don't know that it's fair to just assume that. Having said that, Mr. Administrator, the $6 million brings up the starting salary to $60,000, $9,000 per uniformed deputy, courthouse, corrections facility, the jail, and the road, and the detectives, $3,500 for the civilians. The question becomes the salaries, according to the union proposed, that was their idea. Their objective was to get the starting up. We agree with that. This is very close. I would say makes them very compatible as well. The other $6 million that is suggested, is there someone or some way we can clarify what that anticipated? If he's at 12, and we know we can satisfy the salaries at 6, what would the other 6 go to?
I need to go to the. So his request is for $67.39 million for personnel services. That increase would be, the largest line items is salaries and personnel services at 4.89, with the total change being 8.298, where they have subsequently to the last discussion, they've added covering the employees' full dental and vision on their plan. So, and then the biggest one is the 2.165 as it relates to retirement. That's based on their numbers. And then for operating expenses, across the board for overall, you're looking at, an increase of going from 9.2 million in operating or contracted services to 11 million, or 1.8, and then operating supplies increasing by just about $983,000. Those are the three biggest line items. So the contracted services and the operating supplies, and those are probably operating equipment, was the ones that I was focusing most of my efforts on.
So.
So
that-
8.298 is the requested change for personnel services.
And the contracted services, that's what we were talking about earlier.
That's-
That's where the overstatement lies. Is that correct?
I believe based on reviewing the.
And we're saying it's at least 2 million and potentially another million.
I would
And I'm
say
not holding you to
I'm
that.
more
I know you
comfortable
haven't looked
saying
at it yet.
the
I
2
understand
million
that.
and not as comfortable saying the additional million because I haven't reviewed all those contracts.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
So, did you have something to say?
No, I just, we have constitutional officers. I can't recall us doing this level of examination of any of the constitutional's budgets. Now, many of you have had several years' experience now. I realize being good stewards, ensuring compliance and commitment, but I really can't recall this level of examination, looking at when you talk about like earmark. Prices have gone up on food. To what level? Again, you handle a restaurant.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Your costs have gone up.
My costs have gone up, but they haven't gone up that.
So, Mr.
Significant.
Chair, what I would say is, this is the
Again, it's a
reason why.
different level of service.
Okay, so
We're
here-
not operating a restaurant.
Here, I have a question. I have a legitimate question. We, at the budget workshop, what is the amount that we approved moving forward for the sheriff's budget?
$6 million,
$6 million.
yes.
And that is what was advertised. And that's what the trim notices went out based on, and the millage rate and all that stuff.
The trim
No.
notice only has the millage rate. The advertisement, if it's based on what we have today, will include the budget with those numbers.
Okay, so what we are talking about currently in this pay raise scenario is 6.1, a little bit more than what we talked about at the workshop?
By about $80,000,
Okay.
yes.
Do we have that somewhere that we can move around? Yes, okay. So my concern is this is what we have talked about. This is what we talked about. We talked about it. The sheriff was here. Multiple people were here. In fact, I think we had 2 meetings because we had to come back with a special meeting to discuss this whole amount. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Yes.
So we've had 2 public discussions on the amount of the sheriff's budget. And the amount that we are talking about and what he has put as his priority is the funding for deputy pay. And what we have agreed, and maybe I acknowledge that the sheriff doesn't agree with us, but what we have come up with based on the numbers that the sheriff and his budget people, not our budget people, his budget people have provided to us, is that 6,000, in this case, 6.1 million will accomplish the goals that he has put as a priority for deputy pay.
So can I clarify that?
Yes, please.
Because they actually have a different scale for the deputies, the sergeants, the lieutenants, and as well as the civilians, to include longevity.
Okay.
This was a demonstration of when the sheriff told me that he needed to get his people at $60,000 a starting salary, of showing, and then it says it also moves, all boats rise. With the tide, everybody gets 9,300. So this is our scenario that we presented.
Based on their numbers.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess where I'm kind of at right now is I'm hearing a lot of different things bandied about in the past 2 hours. One of those is to use reserves for recurring funding, which is just basic 101. You don't do that. You cannot use static dollars for recurring funding. You cannot use reserves for recurring funding because recurring funding is going to happen year over year, and your static reserve dollars remain the same. You cannot dip into your savings account to pay your car payment on a regular basis, or else you end up with no savings account. And then when you have something happen, your water heater goes out, you don't have any, you're done. Like, you can't do it. So that is government finance 101. So I do not agree if that is the proposal to dip into reserves for recurring funding. Usually when reserves are dipped into, it's for capital projects, it's for one-time outlays of whatever, whether it's equipment or different types of things like that. But it's not for recurring funding because that is not a recurring funding source. The second thing I want to say is we need to really think about, and nobody's talking about this right now, the lay of the land on a state level when it comes to taxes, property taxes, and everything that's going on with that. We have heard from our state legislators that there will most likely be some type of legislation related to capping property taxes or getting rid of them or replacing them. This no longer is a guaranteed funding source moving forward. So if we dip into our reserves and our funding sources for everything else that we have to do in the county, and I agree, and I think we have been great stewards and great supporters of our first responders, both on the sheriff's side and our fire side, because every time in the past several years that the sheriff has come and he has wanted to give his people raises, we have given him the dollars to do that. We have letters, we have other support that indicates that we have done that year over year. That is what we've given him the dollars to do. Now, when those dollars are given to him, what he does with them at that point is up to him. But our intention in giving him those budget increases year over year, and we have given him budget increases. We have not cut his budget. It has increased year over year in an effort to help his deputy pay. That is always our intention. And you can go back in the record every time we've gone through these budget hearings, and that is exactly what is said. I cannot state that again enough. We have given him the dollars every year to do what he needs, or he claims he needs to do to make his pay right. And that is what we're trying to do today. But there's a finite amount of dollars that we have available to us. And we have other obligations that we have to adhere to. I mean, it's a budget. And if you want to relate it to a business, you have different departments within your business, and they all have to operate at some level of financing so you can get the whole thing done, right? You can't give all your money to the marketing department and not do anything in research and development. You can't put all your money into the front of house and not hire people in the back of house. It's a symbiotic relationship, and that's what we're trying to get to. And I think at this point, we have a finite amount of dollars to deal with right now. We have, $8-9 million to divvy up, and we're right now talking about $6 6.1 million of that 9 going to the sheriff's department so he can accomplish the goals that he wants to accomplish, just like we've done year over year. I mean, I will go back to what I said the first day I got elected, which was long before the current sheriff was in his seat. I feel like we always put what the business of the county is last. The first year I was here to do the budget, you guys put up, I think Kristen was here, John, you weren't here, but Kristen, you were here, put up and actually, Commissioner Lohr was the sheriff. And you put up a graph of how much the Public Works Department budget had increased in relation to the sheriff's budget. And I distinctly remember saying, that seems a little bit off, because the sheriff's budget at that point had increased, kind of steadily, and Public Works had stagnated. And we were still getting more people moving here. We were still getting more calls for service. We were still getting more need, as was the sheriff's department. And we have constantly funded that. But at some point, we have to also do our job of infrastructure and service delivery. It's not one or the other. And I think we have demonstrated year over year that we are committed to the sheriff's department. Nobody is cutting their budget. Every year they get a budget increase. Perhaps this year it's not as robust as they would like, but it is still a very significant budget increase over last year. It's a more significant budget increase than any other department in the county. I don't know any other department that's getting $6 million. And I appreciate everything that the sheriff's department does. I truly do. They are great partners. They do a lot in the community. They have very amazing deputies, and I know a lot of them personally, and I appreciate everything they do. I appreciate that they go out and do things that the rest of us don't want to do on a daily basis. That's a hard thing to do. And you guys are amazing, and we appreciate that. But at the end of the day, there's just a finite amount that we have. And I think we're really trying to do the best we can to give everything we can to you and still accomplish the other goals of making a community work. You can have as much public safety as you want, but if you don't have roads that don't have potholes, it doesn't matter. If you don't have infrastructure, if you don't have septic to sewer, if you don't have all these other obligations that the state is putting on us, we can't be a robust community. We cannot just be one thing. We have to be multiple things, and we have to be able to all work in tandem. And I guess what I'm most, upset about in this whole budget process, beyond other budget processes, is where we've gotten to at this point. This used to be a community where we all knew each other, we all talked to each other, we could pick up the phone, we could figure it out. Sometimes Commissioner Lohr, when he was the sheriff, wasn't always the most, touchy-feely kind of sheriff, but you could pick up, I mean that nicely, but you could pick up the phone and you could talk to him and have a conversation. We might not agree, but we can have a conversation. I think as a commission, we find ourselves in a position right now where we can't do that. I don't feel I can pick up the phone and talk to the sheriff. And that's unfortunate, because it's not good for the community and it's not good for us in this budget process. I have a 15-year-old son. He watches Facebook. He watches TikTok. He watches all the, He watches all this stuff. He sees these videos and he sees what's going on, and he asks me, "Mom, are you going to be okay when you go to your meeting?" Because I understand that you're in a budget battle and resources aren't being given to you like they were in the past. It's a legitimate question, and I don't know how to answer him. I say, well, I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be there, so I feel pretty safe. But I don't know how to respond to him sometimes. And it's not always about us up here. I think sometimes we forget when the rhetoric ramps up that our kids are watching and our kids are part of this. And I might be the only one up here that has a kid in school that's paying attention to that. But you guys all out there have kids in school that are paying attention to it too. So I would just say that, you know, I know I'm on my soapbox and I apologize. I know some of this might not matter to some people. But at the end of the day, what I can say is over the years, we have done the absolute best we possibly can to give you guys the resources to do what you need to do. And where those dollars go after they leave here, I can't speak to. I can speak to the commitments that were made to us of where those dollars are supposed to go, and I can speak to the commitment of where this $6 million or 6.1, wherever we end up, is committed to go, and I hope that's where it goes, because based on these numbers, I think that accomplishes the goals that you guys want to see accomplished, and I really hope that happens. But within every budget, whether it's a public budget or a business budget or a personal budget, you have to make decisions on what is important and what is not. And what I am hearing is the people and the deputies of this department need to be important, and they are important, and the community thinks they're important, and the commissioners think they're important. And maybe some of the other things, you know, are not as important as the people, because the people is what makes the agency. So those are my comments on this. If you guys want to, and John and Kristen say, you know, we have the dollars to go to the 6.1, I'm happy to support that, but I really, based on where we are as a state and what's coming in the next couple years, I cannot support taking reserve dollars and putting it towards recurring funding, because it's not sustainable. And what we're looking at, not next year, but 2 years out, is going to be a dramatic millage rate increase in order to sustain that. And I don't think that that is what our community has signed up for. What they have signed up for is for us supporting deputy pay, which I think this does. What they have not signed up for and what I have not heard is the millage rate increase. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And, you know, I agree with you. It cannot become, you can't keep taking it from the reserves. And I said that earlier. I think we all feel the same way. I think we all agree on that. You can't keep taking it from the reserves. You know, so I think we would have to acknowledge, and I know we can't vote on it now, I understand that, but I think if we were, well, you know what, I'll just say it. I'll just make it as a motion, and we'll see what happens. Here's what I'm thinking. That we approve the $6 million from the general fund, which we've already have in the budget, and then the other 6, don't take 6 from the reserves, because we discussed the overstatement in the contracts that we have identified as at least $2 million and could go to 3. So, and that's the contracted services total is approximately $6 million. And we'll just speak in round numbers because it makes it easier for everyone to understand. So what I would propose is that we approve the $6 million we already have in the budget, and that we take $3 million from the reserve as a one-time event and acknowledge, I know we're not voting on it now, we acknowledge that we will need to increase the millage next year. If that's legal, if we can acknowledge it, we're not voting on it now. Or I can just say it and the community understands it.
You can't bind a future board's actions in that way. So you can state that as your intention when you're voting.
Correct.
But you can't bind a
Okay.
board in the future.
Okay.
You can
then I'll-
vote on it, but you.
Okay,
it-
then I amend the motion to say that just simply stated that as my intention. So it's 6 million plus taking 3 from the reserve. And it is my intention that that would be a one-time event, so we're not continuing to use reserve money as a recurring financial amount. It's a one-time event, and we understand, or I understand, that that would involve a tax increase next year.
If I could just add one more thing.
Yes.
So as John mentioned, if you fund the 3 million from cash, you're going to have to make up for it in the millage rate increase next year.
Correct.
That alone is going to increase. If we see another decrease in the amount of revenue that we're generating from the new tax roll dollars, and another 15% increase is requested of you next year, it's exacerbated that millage rate increase. So I just want you to understand that these levels of increase with what we're seeing in the economy are not sustainable. And unless you're on board with raising the millage, I couldn't
Yeah.
even tell you what that percentage would be today, but you're now compounding those problems.
Right. No, this is a one-time event, the 3 million.
And I understand that, but I also understand that they're working with so many variables. A lot of people are trying to project what the economy will be, what the governor intends to do, what the legislature intends to do, whether it's to, we've heard across the gamut, eliminate property taxes for seniors, eliminate property taxes for, there is a committee that's actually talking about that right now. So we do not know. But I heard something earlier about the value. I just want to clarify that the property values did not go down. That's why we got an increase this year. And when we make a statement about bringing up the fact that we do not know and the economic uncertainties, we've done that each and every budget cycle. And it's great to make predictions, and we do every attempt to ensure that we'll be able to be good stewards to the taxpayer each and every year, and it's good to project, but unfortunately, there are so many variables that are getting thrown out there. You might as well just go to Facebook.
My point was just that the increases that we're seeing are lessening in the tax roll.
Yes, and I also don't agree that, again, as with previous budgets that were approved, I think you know who's usually initiated the approval. There is grave risk in not knowing next year, but by the same token, we have to worry about the needs that are being expressed today and expressed today, because we're talking about next year already. And as we go forward, we may not know what those uncharted territory are going to be, but we do know that we do have a grave concern about 67 counties all doing the same thing at the same time, and it's going to impact the workforce. It's impacting the workforce at the county level. It's impacting the workforce at the school level, and it is impacting the workforce for each and every one of our constitutionals. But this year, law enforcement has been the largest concern and the largest talked about across the board. As we all learned at the conference, was anybody able to walk down a corridor without hearing about it, let alone in a meeting? Every meeting it was brought up. We do have concern. I don't agree that we have to double up to make up the difference for a one-time event.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of dialogue tonight. I've heard a lot of good dialogue, and I appreciate that. You made a statement a few minutes ago that you've never seen the county administrator take look at the budget of the sheriff's budget and do it. Well, we've never had to in this case. I was born and raised here. You've all heard me say that a million times. I've probably worn it out. But I remember Sheriff Sam T. Joyce as a young man. I remember Sheriff R.T. Tim Dobeck, who I still see on occasion. I remember Sheriff Gary Wheeler, as you do very well.
Gary who?
I remember Sheriff Raymond, and I remember my friend and colleague here, Sheriff Lohr. This is unprecedented on the other side of the coin, that we've never reached a cordial relationship with the sheriff on his budget during the normal course of the budget session. It's also never happened, and it was a motion or an idea presented by the chairman to dip into our reserves in the tune of $6 million. That has never been done in any River County history, as far as I know, except for a capital project, just like you've heard people say. So these two are unprecedented things. You've heard me say in past budget sessions, I have never yet, to this day, talked to the sheriff personally about his budget. Not to this day. Every year before he and I were since elected in 2020, we've always had those discussions. I have yet to talk to him about his budget. There has been, other than talking with the administrator, maybe two of our commissioners, there has never been an amicable relationship to come before this board or meet with us individually to resolve this budget. The last I heard, we're talking all this talk about taking money out of reserves, taking money, giving him $6 million, giving him $3 million out of reserves. Last I heard, he was in there, he said he wasn't getting less than $12.2 million, and he walked out the door. That is not how, in River County, that's not how this works. You work together to find an amicable relationship and work within your means, just like my colleagues, Commissioner Adams said. You try to stay within your means. If you take money out of the piggy bank, you've got to put it back into piggy bank. Are we going to do that with $3 million? Are we going to do it with the $6 million? This never happened before, that we're talking about taking money out of reserves to budget one constitutional officer. Colleagues, fellow commissioners, what's to say that the state comes up with a new law about voting machines and we have to spend $6 million on voting machines next year again? Is the supervisor of elections going to come to us and say, what am I going to do? Are we going to pull it out of reserve for voting machines? That's a very important thing in the American system of government. Where are we going with this? It's a bad practice to dip into your reserves to fund anything except an emergency capital project. That's where we're at. I don't know. I assume you talked to the sheriff, Mr. Chairman. I don't know where this $6 million and $6 million out of reserves came from. I don't know if you talked to the sheriff or not. And it really doesn't make a difference because I haven't talked to the sheriff about it. This is news to me. I still think it's premature to talk about this. I think I would have to see the numbers before I do anything, but I'm telling you, if you dip into your reserves, you have opened Pandora's box for sure from any of our constitutional officers in this county, that they can come back and do the same thing. So you rob your piggy bank, you got to pay your piggy bank back. This is just not a good idea. And everything that I have heard about the sheriff's budget was pay raises for his people. Okay, I've said it before, I'll say it again. My son works for the sheriff's department. He's proud he works for the sheriff's department. I would love to see him make a ton more money. so he could have more in his life and some more of the finer things in his life. But not at the sake of you, the taxpayer. To an extreme to where it's not funded. There's nobody on this dais, or none of us on this dais, that don't support law enforcement or the fire rescue system. We will give you whatever you need to make it happen, but you've got to do it within reason, such as Commissioner Adams said. You have a business. This is what this business can afford to spend and can afford to do. I just find this very troubling. I find it, all the social media stuff we've had has just been so much misinformation. And I'll go back to what I said at the first meeting. We are not cutting the sheriff's budget. We just don't agree with what the raise he wants over and above his budget. $78 million this year. We're willing to give him 83. He wants 93 million. Where did the 22.5 million go over the last 4 years? All I've heard on Facebook is I've been so transparent. Tell us how transparent you've been. Where did 22 million go? You're the one that set the pay levels for your people. I don't set them. Nobody up here sets them. We're not making any headway here because we're not talking. We're not talking and communicating. He's not even here because he's in an emergent situation, is all I've heard. The emergent situation was, I guess, was to talk about very sadly, Mr. Kirk that got killed in Utah. I feel for Mr. Kirk and his family and all his supporters, but this is a pretty big deal to the citizens of Annie River County. So I'm done. I will not support any money coming out of the reserves. Right now, I think we can do what we need to do with $6 million and maybe even find a little bit more. But that's where I'm at, and I'm done.
Vice Chairman Law.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yesterday, we all received an email from the Sheriff's General Counsel, subcontracted General Counsel. Mr. Administrator, if we can go over that, I do think that this recent development perhaps could shed some light with respect to some of these operating expenses that we're hearing, either in favor of the sheriff and a detriment to us. And also, I'm still trying to figure out if we can satisfy the mission of the men and women, which is number one in all of us up here. We've all said it 100 times. Where's the other $6 million that he's requested? I don't know where that other $6 million is going, but I regress. Let's talk about the letter with respect to inmate care.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. We did receive a letter yesterday afternoon advising that the counsel to the sheriff's office, where the sheriff had asked him to bring follow items to our attention. And this goes to your question, Mr. Chair, about how, while statute 30.49 says if we take the board takes any action to amend, modify, increase, or reduce, we must notify the sheriff of such action in writing. In this same section, it also requires that the sheriff provide, as part of his budget, all relevant and pertinent information as the board deems necessary to evaluate it. But
in Chapter 30, it also talks about it would, in essence, if it was increased, that would be an amended. So that would, by statute 30, we're required to respond regardless of the outcome, as we do every year.
In writing.
In writing. We do that every year, yes.
So the second bullet says, it references Florida Statute 901.352A. It says, makes clear that the county is responsible for the payment of inmate medical costs when the inmate is either unable to pay themselves or recovery cannot be made from an inmate's health insurance. Over the years, the sheriff has either covered the significant cost of inmate hospitalization in his budget, or has been the case approximately the last 3 years, arranged for his contracted medical provider to bear responsibilities for those costs. Beginning October 1st, 2025, the sheriff will no longer accept responsibility for inmate hospitalizations or medical costs outside of jail and will direct providers to the county for payment in accordance with the aforementioned statute. And then he goes on that we have a MOU as it relates to the maintenance of facilities that we're kind of both, they proposed it, they signed it, we're reviewing it, costing it out, but it's where they just want to memorialize to continue the arrangement. But the inmate medical, and that's one of the contracts that I looked at, which was $4.2 million, which covered actually where the provider was paying for off-site care.
Right, and about half of that would be off-site care.
So actually, there's a line item for off-site care of $350,000, and then there was another $250,000 that was to be held in reserve in the event that you went beyond those costs. So arguably, the off-site care cost is $600,000.
So with that being said, according to this recent correspondence from yesterday, as of 10/1, he will not, and by the way, for the public to understand, the county, all 67 counties, in fact, at least 3 counties, the sheriff's office does not command the county jail, just so everyone knows. Orange, Osceola, and I believe Monroe County. That being said, simply the sheriff could say, hey, I'm out of the jail business. County, it's on you. And in those extreme circumstances, the county, in fact, would assume the responsibility of that particular facility, or plural if there's more than one. The sheriff apparently has not gone to that extreme. What he has mentioned in this document is that he would not, as of 10/1, not be responsible for the cost of off-site care, i.e. dental, medical, vision, hospital visits, hospital stays, which we all know can be very expensive. So with that component of his proposal, which his proposed budget, we can presume has those dollars factored in it. So if we take this correspondence and reduce the amount that, I suppose you have the contract that's existing, and you mentioned some line items. So couple that with, and I think Mr. Administrator and myself have talked about $6.8 million in addition to what off-site medical care would save the sheriff convincingly, you would have a much larger number. Additionally, we know that $6 million will satisfy the primary mission that we have heard since May 1st of taking care of our deputies. Absolutely. How we got there doesn't matter. We know this would satisfy, for the most part, and by the way, that's funding every position. There will be vacancies throughout the year, maybe a few vacancies now. So we have to grasp all of that information on how the sheriff's office is funded. Now, Commissioner Ehrman has mentioned the part about the sheriff indicating $12 million, or he's going to seek other alternatives. Okay, we understand that, and we all know what the other alternatives mean. I would be cautious on any other alternatives, i.e. the governor's office, for example, because I am familiar with other sheriff's offices that have challenged the county and taken their budgets to the governor's office. In recent years, Okeechobee County and Alachua County did not work out favorable for the sheriff. I will say that. Mind you, I did this budget for 12 years, so I feel like I can speak upon it. like Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Urban, it is not a good practice, it is not a good policy to use reserve fund dollars for ongoing reoccurring costs. However, there are ways that we can accomplish this without touching any of our fund balance dollars. My first suggestion would be, we all have heard of budget amendments. In fact, the sheriff has had budget amendments in the past. I had budget amendments in the past. If you look at your fund balance as being somewhat fragile, I haven't heard this evening about how valuable those dollars are. Forget about our AAA bond rating, which is important. But if a catastrophic event occurs in this county, Ms. Daniels will tell you, Mr. Tanch will tell you, oftentimes this county will have to self-fund a crisis, natural, man-made, who knows what the crisis could be. But we do know those things happen. In fact, they've happened here with hurricanes. And we have been in a position to fund those while waiting on the federal and state dollars. And at some times we have waited years. The danger with your fund balance, take some out now, take some out later. Kristen knows, Rhonda knows, John knows, to get back to that point is not as easy as you think. The attorney's already told us about binding another board. Yes, we all should be here for next budget hearing. We don't know. We cannot bind the board. We cannot give somebody our word that we're going to vote on increasing the millage next year. Can't do it. Number one, it's against the law. Can't bind a board. What if, and I wish there was some decision makers here from the sheriff's office, that if we were obviously going to fund the deputies and the civilians to the highest, by the way, salary increase in at least 16 years that I'm familiar with. I didn't get my friend's name that mentioned me about these 7 years of no raises. I'll remind him of 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 of the Great Recession. We did not lay people off. We did not furlough employees. And guess what? We didn't lose employees. We absorbed employees from furloughed counties and police departments. So I claim to have tough skin, but that one kind of hit hard because obviously he didn't know what he was talking about. I will tell you.
I think he acknowledged that.
Well, I will tell you, there is a way not only to satisfy what this overwhelming theme has been. Commissioner Ehrman talked about some of the social media and all that stuff. And guess what? When you're in this business, we have to expect it. Commissioner Adams has talked about some comments that maybe her son has mentioned. Friends, I can tell you personally what children go through in any campaign, any elected official, and it's easy to say, well, that just comes with it, right? That comes with the territory. No, we're all human beings. Commissioner Fletcher, you've recently have been attacked. Recently. Oh, yeah. Newsflash.
Time for a little.
Newsflash.
I don't.
My suggestion
hate
is
social
this.
media, but yes.
My suggestion is this. I don't see the temperature of this body tonight in the last 20 minutes of going to reserves.
No.
If not that, what? The what is, we need to have dialogue with somebody at the sheriff's office, agree to where we're at today so we can go forward. Millage rate set, trim notices are mailed. Agree, the existing board would not bind it, of some type of budget amendment as necessary, budget amendment as necessary, in concert with the review of these contracts. This document today, yesterday, is rather alarming. And obviously, we haven't had the five of us could talk about that.
Got it today.
I got mine yesterday. So at the end of the day, as Commissioner Urban has said, Indian River County is better than this. There's no doubt about it. We are better than this. We have not had we have policies that prohibit us from using fund balances. And trust me, that crossed my mind many years ago. But if they are satisfied, if the 6 million makes the men and women at a level that is acceptable, we need to figure out the expenses in the other categories, whether the courthouse, the jail, or law enforcement. And I think we can get there. I think we can get there if budget amendments are needed, in concert with this document here that we believe we would have to absorb that, County Administrator.
We would, and what I would say is, we already are, because you're funding it in the sheriff's budget on
Correct.
an ongoing basis.
Exactly. So
The cost would just transfer to us.
Right. In other words, like the Marriott way. If you are in the kitchen and you're the valet, or you're wherever you are, that umbrella, these taxpayers, right, are going to fund valet, kitchen, whatnot. It's all the same money, friends. It's all taxpaying dollars. How we divide it, administrator's already told you that we got a little over $8 million income from ad valorem, $8 million. And as we speak today, 70% or greater would be going to the sheriff's office. My only mission is to make sure the men and women are given the money that they're due. How they got there, we don't even want to debate that. We know where they're at now. We know how to get them there, and we know that dollar amount to get them there. We've achieved the primary mission that came out in May, to take care of the men and women. That's what we were tasked with. That's what we're doing. I suggest we fund that portion up to 6.8, absorb what we have to absorb in inmate cost, agree as a body that we are very open to budget amendments, and 331 would be the halfway mark of the fiscal. Depending on how things are tracking and his needs, I think we would be in a better position, and a lot of reasons. The session starts January 13th. You will have an idea throughout January and February, towards the end of March, when the session is over.
Good indication.
Good barometer. Additionally, we will have 7 months of trends that we would see. A lot of things are pending there. But to go in the fund balance, I can't do it. It's never been done that I'm aware of. It's a poor practice. And we don't know exactly what the other $6 million in expenses are. I mean, if somebody is here to share that with us, we'd be happy to hear that.
I did invite him. Something
8:30.
came up, but I wish at this time, if he'd gotten here, perhaps we can have a much more lively discussion. Well agreed. Thank you for bringing up the hotel industry.
I've heard a story or
Again.
two about it. Good stories.
So,
But by the same token, I just want to say that, again, you have 26 disciplines. You know, we often hear well, the rack rate that you're paying is based upon the occupancy. It's not. Cost of doing business. There's many different disciplines, and each individual that you mentioned is a cost factor.
Right.
And how many people I have to have on there. And I think that's what we're doing. We're looking at what the sheriff has to calculate as far as the number of personnel he needs, how many he needs to maintain. And again, you are more than well qualified for the many years that you did, and thank you for doing that. And I appreciate that. I support every one of your budgets. And at no time did we go to a reserve scenario. But when the sheriff said that he could not do it, we were all here during that departure. On the second meeting that he could not attend, he said that he could not make it on that amount. There was talk about conversations. I did have the opportunity to speak with the sheriff on a few of those occasions. You had an opportunity to speak with the sheriff?
Not specifically about the expenses.
Commissioner Airman, you have never spoke to the sheriff?
Not at all.
Commissioner Moss, how many conversations have you had with the sheriff, if you don't mind?
No, I don't mind. I haven't spoken directly with the sheriff in
I didn't-
quite some time. I know I saw him at an event months ago, and we spoke briefly then, yes. I just want to be sure I understand what Commissioner Lohr said. So are you talking then, because we have 6 million budgeted now, we did discuss 6.8. The county administrator brought that forward at the special call meeting, that he was able to free up, if you will,
Right.
another 0.8. So is that what you're referring to? Okay, because I'm fine, I was fine with doing that, when he brought it up the first time, but I'm certainly happy to do it now. Did you want to make the motion, or do you want me to, how would you like to proceed?
Well, the motion would, I think it's fair to the sheriff's office to include the opportunity for budget amendments.
So would that be part of the motion? Is that legal?
That's fine. I think they already have the opportunity to do it, but if you want to codify it into motion, I don't think it would be a problem, unless the attorney thinks it would be.
Do you want to make the motion?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll second it. Go ahead.
To get somewhere, wait a minute.
Yeah, let's,
That would be.
I think we've talked about it long enough. Please proceed.
I like your idea, sir. That's
Go ahead.
an idea I've heard in a long time.
Well, thank you.
Go ahead, move to approve.
And thank you. And I would second that.
No, go ahead. No, I was saying for you to say it. We decided, you're making the motion.
So I
Okay. Could you state that motion?
I can say it again. The $6.8 million, knowing that believe we satisfied $9,000 across the board and $3,500.
Right?
Would that, are you okay with this, John, the 6.8?
Yeah, the one thing, yes, I'll just want to review with everybody what we proposed, how we would get those cuts to get to the 852. I think in fairness,
That's what I was trying to avoid.
yeah.
You were trying to avoid talking about what we'd have to cut?
Well, no, I was trying to avoid the cut, because, okay.
Okay,
Can
well,
we
you're-
elaborate on the cuts?
Let's just get to it, because we
No.
have been here since 5 o'clock.
I don't care if we're
and it
here
is
all morning.
8:30. So I
Forget
would
about
like
all
to at
night.
least get to the first motion of the night, because there's 7 more motions that need to be made before we're done. So what needs to be cut so we can make this happen?
That's what I just
Okay,
asked.
so there would be a full-time a foreman in parks that we will cut. It's a new position. A full-time maintenance worker in parks. We will reduce the guest services attendant Jones Pier to a part-time position. A conservation lands, and then also in conservation lands, eliminate the new position of a full-time staff assistant 2. There is also the, let's see here, there's a partial cost as it relates to the assistant project manager that we have for building facility services. Recreation leader would be cut, a part-time recreation leader would be cut. A senior maintenance worker crew leader in Road and Bridge. We're going to reduce, recognizing that we're working on a new framework with animal control and animal sheltering. We're going to look to reduce the Humane Society annual contract funding by $335,000. The funding of the Animal Services Division, reducing it by $729,828. And then we also, the hospital district has agreed and that they're going to cover half of the mental health court. So ours is about $250,000, actually a little bit less than that, but $250,000. And that would, when you take those cuts and you add it to the budget and then you general fund and you balance out the lessening of the 9/11 surcharge as well as the optional sales tax increase for capital, it results in $6,852,364 for the sheriff's budget. And we actually, if you recall, Kristen, we actually, because we ran those scenarios before, the time that we would need to go do it, we actually have those numbers from when we had them before on what the actual numbers would be for the general fund budget, the MSTU fund budget, and then the overall budget. So we would not need that half hour.
What is that dollar amount? Again?
The grand total, John. 80.
Oh, you mean, this one, of the cuts or of this?
The grand total?
Yeah, the grand total is for
80, how many million?
The total budget with the additional increase.
The total budget would be $598 million.
No.
No,
Oh, yeah,
for
the
the
sheriff's budget, okay.
We just need a.
Oh, yeah, 6852 plus, if you could do. Let's see if we put it in here, we just. 'Cause this was- So there'd be $83,385,083, which is an 8.1% increase to the general fund, which is $6,249,912. But then there's money that we're going to bring in from the MSTU. So we just need to add those two up.
Another 1.5.
Wasn't it, Kristen, I think it was at one?
Get 86.
No, I need time to get that.
Oh, so that sheet's not here, but we have the total numbers, just not the backup. We know what the total number is, but I can't tell you. We know it's a 6.8.
What is the cost of the cuts
The cost
to
of the.
meet that number?
Okay, all right.
Well, it's the difference between the 6 million original and the 6.8 that we're at now. So the cost is 0.8 million. So 800,000.
852,000. It's a little bit less than that because there is the 9/11 surcharge, so it's about 815,000.
And he may see additional savings with us absorbing off-site inmate care.
Yes.
So that,
The budget number, the number that should be, that was reduced was $650,000.
I just don't agree with the cuts is significant.
Oh,
We-
yes.
Okay, well, if
Oh,
you
yeah,
don't
these-
agree with the cuts, then we stay with where we are. I mean, you.
Well, we have a
either
motion,
add-
right? Do we have a motion? I'm going to second it. I've seconded the motion.
We have a motion to add the cuts to meet the value offered to the sheriff with the understanding that we will also be looking at the inmate medical cost.
and any fiscal budget amendments as he sees fit, we will address them.
Well, it's kind of like tacit, we will address them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was hoping we'd get to a better place. And I do agree that it's not always the wisest choice to start with the deficit in the reserve funds, but we do have them. Okay? Standard operating economic policy, I agree. We're confronted with a larger challenge this particular year. So, colleagues, thank you. I had greater anticipation, but you have to take what you can get to meet it. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No, we've called the question. We had all the opportunity for public input at this time.
You have more information now. You have a motion. Yesterday, you had motions, then you had public input.
No, that's not the case. Thank you.
Couldn't hear the motion, though. You couldn't hear what he said.
For clarity, could you repeat the motion one more time?
So the motion, where we were with the sheriff's budget, it was to move to 6.8 and change $1 million in an increase that would put him around a grand total of 85 to 86. I don't have the numbers in front of me. We're working on those. We have reduced other departments of this agency by $853,000 to get to this point, in lieu of, as suggested, going into our reserve dollars, our savings account, our fund balances, whatever you call them, and satisfying the primary mission that I believe we have all been encouraged to support, which is to increase. Now, we say increase the starting salary. We're going to give the sheriff, John, what is that total going to be? 80?
Trying to come up with it.
Let's say 85 million. We'll get the number for you. Those dollars go to the constitutional elected sheriff. He has the autonomy to take that 85 million, whatever the number's going to be, disperse it through his agency to satisfy the needs. This body doesn't say, hey, we need 3 deputies over here and 3 more in the jail. That is him to buy his capital items, to pay his expenses, and to pay his personnel costs. That is how and why he was elected to handle those things. That's not our job. Our job is to facilitate policies for this county and facilitate the overall budget. That's our jobs. We're not in a position to tell the tax collector, the property appraiser, the supervisor of election, the sheriff, or the clerk of the court on how to spend their dollars. That's not our business. How to give pay raises, not our business. Who to fire, who to hire, not our business. But I will tell you, this narrative of cutting his budget is absolutely false. Have we reduced his request? We have, and we've had to because of the general fund dollars coming in at $8.8 million coming in. That's what we had coming in income. And we are letting 6.8 go to the sheriff's office. Yes, sir.
And I have the numbers. So the actual increase is $6,861,517, and the recommended budget, or the budget proposed at this point, is $85,773,472, which is an 8.7% increase.
Correct. I hope that clarified it for you, sir. Chairman.
Your second stance?
No, I seconded it. For making the motion a second time, I stand by my second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
So I just need to, just for
I
the
got it.
clarification purposes, now that there's been a motion, let me just go back and
Let's do it.
restate that millage amount.
That was going to be my question. What's the
Yes.
proposed millage amount and all that needs to be encapsulated in the next budget, in the next?
So
Motion.
the proposed millage is 35475, which is 6.69% above the proposed rollback rate of 3.3250, and the proposed budget is $156,981,193.
Okay.
Anybody wish to make motion to
Yeah, I'll make a
adopt the
motion.
tentative millage rate?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Moss. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Make motion to adopt the tentative budget.
So moved.
And the correct amount is on the screen, at least updated it.
And that's a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Airman. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On to the MSTU. Nope.
Yes, the municipal service taxing unit, the proposed millage is 1.1506. That is 6.09% above the rollback rate of 1.0846. Again, that represents a tax increase, but the millage rate is staying the same. The proposed budget for the is $56,348,983. That is the updated number. Mr. Chair, I need to open it for comments, consider any proposed changes, and then we'll need a motion to adopt the tentative millage and a second motion to adopt the tentative budget.
Mr. Chair, would you like to take public comment?
At this time, is there anybody who would like to speak regarding the MSTU? Having given opportunity, commissioners,
I make a motion to adopt the tentative millage rate of 1.1506, which is 6.09% above the rollback rate of 1.0846, as well as the proposed budget of 55, or,
Yeah,
I'm
we have
sorry,
to do that separately.
$56,348,983.
I'll second the motion to adopt the tentative millage rate, and you've just made a motion to adopt, the tentative budget,
Yep.
and I'll
Made 'em
second that. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On to the Transportation Fund.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the proposed budget for the Transportation Fund is $27,075,755. Open it for comments, considering proposed changes to the tentative budget, and make a motion to adopt the tentative budget.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak regarding this? Transportation Fund? Having given ample opportunity,
I think you got one, Chairman.
you want to speak? No. Oh, you're just standing up. All right. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt the tentative budget of $27,075,755.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Moss. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And a motion to adopt the tentative budget
For emergency services?
is done. We're moving on to Emergency Services District.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Emergency Services District, the proposed millage is 2.3531, which is 6.25% above the rollback rate. Again, represents a tax increase, but the millage rate is remaining the same. The proposed budget is $73,585,471. Required to open up for public comments considering proposed changes to the tentative budget, and then you'll require a motion for the adopt the tentative millage and adopt the tentative budget.
Anyone wishing to speak upon the emergency services budget? Chief, thank you.
Move to approve
Time
the,
is to make a motion.
move to approve the proposed millage at $2 and 2.3531, which is 6.25% above the rollback rate of 2.2147.
We have a motion by Commissioner Morse and seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And move to approve the Emergency Services District proposed budget, which is $73,585,471.
Second. I have a motion by Commissioner Morse, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Off to the land acquisition bonds.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, these are the 2024 land acquisition bonds. The proposed millage is .0610. The proposed budget is $1,843,432. That's for debt service. Open for public comments, considering the proposed changes to the tentative budget. Make a motion to adopt the tentative millage and a motion to adopt the tentative budget.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to speak regarding this? Land acquisition bonds. Have we given ample opportunity?
Move to approve the land acquisition bond proposed millage at .0610.
We have a motion by Commissioner Moore, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move to approve the land acquisition bonds proposed budget of $1,843,432.
We have a motion by Commissioner Moore, seconded by Commissioner Adams. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We can move on to the aggregate and the, as follows.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the aggregate millage, the proposed millage is 6.1158, and that is a 6.47% above the rollback rate of 5.7442.
Somebody was leaning on the light switch, but I'm sure it's okay. There's no storm event, and we're over halfway through the hurricane season, but thank you. I saw the concern. But during that, you didn't skip a beat, and you have the aggregate proposed millage rate, which, once again, no one pays the aggregate millage rate.
Yeah.
But that's the proposed millage rate of 6.1158 and is 6.47% above the rollback rate of 5.7442. That's the aggregate.
If there's no public comment, move to approve the proposed aggregate millage rate at 6.1158, which is 6.47% above the rollback rate of 5.7442.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Moore, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners, sitting as Solid Waste Disposal. You want to take a break before you move forward? No, let's go. Okay.
So,
Just want a
Mr. Chairman,
consensus.
I do need to note that we have received some objection letters, and the county attorney has provided them to the clerk. So with that, I want to announce the 2025-2026 proposed charges and budget. Universal collection assessment is $181.70. The per residential waste generation unit is $125.06, which equals $187.59 per house. The per commercial waste generation unit amount is $79.12. The readiness to use fee is $46.62. And the total budget is $42,047,435. Mr. Chair, you need to receive comments from the public considering proposed amendments. There will need to be a motion to approve the resolutions and adopt all non-ad valorem assessment rates, and then make a motion to adopt the tentative budget. Turn to the board.
Thank you. Well, I anticipate that we will have some public input. So at this point, this is your opportunity. There are 2 microphones. You can queue up. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Madeline Zabo, and I have a written,
Good evening.
very short speech. Can you hear me?
Your name again, ma'am?
Madeline Zabo.
Madeline Zabo. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. The new Universal Solid Waste Collection Program is costly, wasteful, and unfair. More than $1 million has been spent replacing perfectly good bins and distributing new yard waste bins many HO residents don't need nor want. Furthermore, property tax bills now include billing and debt collection costs, tasks that private companies should handle themselves. This one-size-fits-all mandate ignores our diverse community needs. HOAs once earned discounts because one bill covered the entire community, clustered homes reduced the truck time, and seasonal residents meant fewer pickups. But starting October 1, those efficiencies are not included in the tax bill. Our fees will double. Every single homeowner in our HOA has doubling of their fees, with a projected 286% increase over 5 years. So I urge you to pause this universal mandate, restore the fairness of our prior system, and let residents and HOAs work directly with the Waste Management Private Company on tailored terms, as we do with all our service providers. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Sir, good evening.
Thank you. Hey, thank you for your time. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dan Hardy. I'm a third-generation Vero Beach resident. As the owner, I represent High Ridge Mobile Park. High Ridge is a family-owned and operated provider of affordable housing in Indian River County. We've been doing this, myself and my family, since 1977. We're located at 3310 49th Street in Gifford. So the whole point of us developing the mobile home park was to help the Gifford residents find low-income housing, and we've been doing that ever since 1977. High Ridge respectfully submits this formal objection to the proposed universal curbside pickup non-ad valorem assessment. As the owner of High Ridge, I have devoted nearly 5 decades to providing and preserving affordable, dignified housing for working families and retirees in Indian River County. From the beginning, High Ridge has shouldered many of the costs ourselves to ensure rents remain low, allowing our residents to build stability and thrive. High Ridge currently provides waste removal services for its 70 residents through Waste Management at a cost of only $7,406 annually. So I pay that out of my own pocket to help my own tenants because they're low income. Otherwise, I could pass this through very easily and increase their rent charge. I prefer not to do that. We try to ensure a clean, safe environment for the park. The proposed amendment would impose a duplicate curbside program at an inflated cost of $12,719, which is an increase of nearly 72% with zero additional benefit to the property or its residents. Many are on fixed or low income. Such an unreasonable and disproportionate burden threatens the stability of High Ridge Mobile Park, which we have maintained for decades, and undermines its ability to continue to offer affordable housing on which its families rely. Since 1977, my family has paid the entire waste removal services cost for High Ridge residents. Unfortunately, we will no longer be able to afford to pay for our tenants' waste removal. If adopted in its current form, High Ridge would have no choice but to pass the increased cost of the assessment on to its tenants. The unavoidable result would impose a direct, disproportionate burden on some of the lowest income families in Indian River County. An outcome that neither serves the public interest nor improves upon the waste collection services which are already in place for the park. For the reasons above, I respectfully urge the board to reject the assessment in its current form, or to modify the assessment to include exemptions or reductions for providers of low-income housing in mobile home communities, or perhaps even a credit for the properties with existing private waste arrangements. Thank you for your consideration of the objectives. I respectfully urge you, as the board members, to adopt a solution that upholds the law, ensures fairness, and safeguards the stability of low-income families who we rely on in Indian River County. Thank you for your time.
Dan, can I ask a question? Or do
Yes, sir.
Do y'all use the cans for each mobile home, or do you have a dumpster where everybody uses one or two dumpsters? How do y'all pick up your garbage?
Currently, we have individual receptacles at each lot that are picked up. I've spoke with one of the commissioners and also someone with solid waste today about the potential of doing some type of a dumpster pickup. The issue I've got is that takes up room. I have some room in the front of the park, but I don't know how my residents in the back of the park would manage to get all of their waste up to the front, because I just don't have I do have a certain area where I could do that in the front. And another issue would be, well, being in the Gifford community and having dumpsters, that attracts other communities to come on to our property and dispose of their waste, which would kind of end up being an additional cost for us as well.
And we did discuss that, and as far as one of the possible solutions, agreed with you, and we also had, I think, Hamachu Mehta called you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I spoke with him the other day, and we spoke again today. He was very cordial.
And I asked him to explore any options. The challenge is that, again, you operate a subdivision, and you want to give curbside service to each individual. And by having a set of two dumpsters, I believe the cost can be offset. And I believe he may have discussed that with you. Your concern about the dumpster would have been stronger if we had not gone to universal. Now, everyone in the community has toters. So their trash is not being offset. We're going to see a reduction in illegal dumping. We should see an increase in recycling and an uptick in service, although you're getting served once a week.
That is correct.
But with the dumpster or any container, that can be altered, and it might be cost savings. Hamachu is in the room, he's right behind you, and if he'd like to speak with you further to see if that would work, because I don't know what we would do to offset the fact it is a gateless community. It's not a gated community, but it is a subdivision. I want to tell you that I appreciate your family's commitment through the years, very well familiar with the subdivision, and to do everything you can to keep the expenses low.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
And,
Sure.
and I mean that sincerely.
I don't
People
have
would-
to do this, but I'm doing it out of the good of my family's, that's just, we're trying to get back to the low-income families.
As a matter of fact, you are the lowest available rent, probably in the county.
I believe that to be true.
And you're admired for that.
Thank you.
I wish there was an adjustment that we could make in order to encourage that, encourage you to maintain that. Right? And that's why I've asked Hamachu to try to come up with a solution. It is unfortunate that, we've been working on this for a few years, and I've had many discussions on the universal pickup. Some called it mandatory. I think it's a little harsh for, everybody getting the garbage pickup. Again, those who have a trash service, had trash service, they were increased, but those who did not have trash service, they didn't need trash service, they were going to convenience centers, or they were seasonal. There's so many different options that apply when you have non-universal pickup, that once you have universal pickup, there's no way to eliminate particular areas or service. The exception is when we were talking about the vegetative waste containers, that a subdivision can opt out with a letter of intent by a member of the HOA, and then you can, and with full agreement that it was a one-time shot to remove the carts and they don't come back. You don't need vegetative waste containers. There are some subdivisions that have their own service. That's where it comes into play. Unfortunately, we don't have a methodology to, and I think that's, you're asking, can we do a reduction if we're not having a service?
Well, and it's also, I understand costs go up incrementally, over the years.
Right.
But to get hit in 1 year with a 70% increase, I can no longer be the good guy.
I believe it was about 40%. I'm not debating it there, and Hamachu's here as well. But I believe it's about 40%, Dan.
Okay, let's see, 7416, which is what I currently write a check for each year. And I pay that on a monthly, about $619 a month approximately. And the new figure that I received from the commission or from the waste was $12,719.
That's a $5,000 increase, yeah. That is significant.
Good evening, Commissioners. Himanshu Mehta, Managing Director, Solid Waste Disposal District. Mr. Hardy, good to meet you in person. So we did look at this property. One of the things in checking with Waste Management is historically they've been building the property for 60 units. and the property appraiser has identified 70 units on the property. And so you did get a 10% discount. So the current price is $11.44 per month. With a 10% discount, the price was $10.30 for one bill for 60 units, not 70 units. So the price would have been, around $8,652 a year right now. At that, 70 units times 1030 times 12. But agreed, it is an increase to go to the universal curbside. As I've talked to our county attorney, this assessment is proportionate to all, residential properties that are receiving curbside service. And at this point in our process, we don't have an exemption, and I commend you for what you're doing. But we don't have a process to provide such an exception for certain properties, not through the assessment process, through the property appraiser and the tax collector. And, what I can offer to do is have Waste Management contact you. We can come do a site visit, look at some dumpster options, what size would work, what frequency would work. It's $10 and change per cubic yard. So it really depends on the size of the container. So if you went with a 4 cubic yard container, picked up 2 times, 3 times a week, they would be able to calculate and provide you a monthly estimate times 12. And we could compare how that would be versus universal. And I had another, I think I mentioned to you, another mobile home park, Ranchland, out west by 82nd and 60th.
82nd Avenue.
And I sent them a letter, just like I sent you. They called me concerned because their prices were also going up for a low-income mobile home community. We were able to confirm that they actually have a dumpster service through Waste Management, and I was able to remove them from the universal curbside cost. So that's the only avenue I have to offer is what we've kind of said is switching the community to dumpster service. And that would have you direct billing through Waste Management at the new pricing, which they can get you an estimate for. And there is time to put that in place. We do have a little bit of window between today and September 15th, where
I'm available, so.
If we can have Waste Management provide you a cost, and it winds up that you want to make that switch, we can let the tax collector know not to include universal curbside for your community. So,
I'd certainly be open to that option, but I haven't spoken to anyone, so I don't know what the cost would be.
right.
I assume gross pickup would be cheaper than individual, but I have no idea.
It
where we're gonna
sounds
end
like
up.
it, and as we discussed, you were being valued at 60 units, and, I guess it's 70 units.
Thank you, Waste Management, for the discount.
You did have a discount for how many years?
Well, it could be since 1977.
Well, yes. You could thank them for the error and omission. And for their service, but let's see if we can get together. It sounds amenable that perhaps maybe we can explore the dumpster option or the larger container option.
I'm open to anything to try to save money and not pass this on to the low-income families. I could easily do that. That's not my goal. My goal is to fight for me to pay their bill, but in a reasonable way, so I can continue to do that. I'm not the normal property owner, This is an easy pass-through, but I'm trying to pick up that tab to make it a little easier on them, give them a little bit more money in their pocket.
Thank you, Dan, and thanks for maintaining that for so many years.
Yeah, and thank you for the dialogue. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Representative's going to be in touch.
I am Myra Ferguson with Ferguson Rentals.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Now, I have a situation where I have clusters. I have houses on one street. I already have Waste Management with a dumpster there so that they don't have to worry about the services. Now, I have 3 or 4 more things that have been delivered there. But I've had waste management for probably 10, 12 years. Now we come up with this universal stuff, which is really absorbent. And I don't think it's fair, because at this present time, I try to keep everything so that low-income families can have a proper place to lay their head down at night. And at this place and at this cost, if these things remain as they are, I'm going to have to pass those costs on to them, which means they will not be able to afford where they live. So I'm asking, for some type of exemption. I already have waste management. I couldn't understand why you sending waste management dumpsters, the garbage bins out there, when I already have waste management. We have a perfectly good working relationship. They put their garbage in the dumpster, they come and they dump it, and then we do it all over again next week. So at this point, I think this is unfair. By all means, I'm already doing this, and then you come back and you want to charge me $180-something when I'm already paying waste management? Am I to pay you and waste management?
No, you won't be paying waste management. As a matter of fact, Ms. Ferguson, you have said you have a cluster.
Yes.
It's not a subdivision.
There's only one house on that that doesn't belong to me.
So it's a group of homes, and are they continuous, connected?
They are continuous. These 3 right here are
So
continuous.
customarily, you were using a dumpster device as a community
Yes.
drop, okay? I believe that you're now going to be using this system, and it might work out. I don't know what you were paying for the
No,
dumpster.
your system's not going to work for me, because what I'm paying for waste management is solidly different than what I'm going to be paying here. I'm going to be paying $30 a month for all those houses when I didn't have to pay that before. I find it, quite inconvenient. And now I have to pass these costs off to people that can barely afford what they have right now. And I'm left to shoulder that? That's unfair.
What was the dumpster cost?
Probably maybe about $40
$40 annually?
per month.
Per month? And
No, I have more than one house.
that's $480
A year.
a year.
Hmm.
And you have how many homes?
I don't want to discuss that right now, but I have more than $400
Well-
worth.
Himanshu?
We talked.
Yep. Commissioners, Ms. Ferguson and I did have an opportunity to speak yesterday. I was provided some addresses to look at, and I'll respect your privacy in terms of the quantity or whatnot. What I found was that there were 2 sets of properties, that I received. They were all not contiguous. There was a dumpster that was afforded for those rental properties, but they're all individual parcels. They're all individual single-family parcels. That's how it's been identified by the property appraiser. And again, with this universal curbside program, it applies to every single residential property. Unlike Mr. Hardy that has one parcel with the mobile home park,
Right.
where we
70
could,
units.
where we could go to a dumpster service. There are, sort of other areas that are more like an apartment complex type that we've been able to accommodate, but these are not contiguous properties. And what, I really don't want to open the door where you could have a street of residents that are all different residents and decide, well, the whole street, we just want to have one dumpster. And that would sort of violate or go against the universal curbside assessment that's, in place or going to be in place for single-family residential units. That's the contract that the commission signed with Waste Management. That's what we put out on the street, that curbside collection for single-family homes would be the new service, and it would be included on the trim notice and on the tax bill. So unfortunately, I could not accommodate the request for these properties, but.
Well, there's 3 right there together that can be accommodated for that particular dumpster. And the other 2 I don't care about, but those that are sitting right there, those 2 right beside each other, they can still be serviced by that dumpster. You know how much cluster that is on that street when you put all those dumpsters out, all those garbage cans out there, as opposed to one dumpster? You're looking at 3, 6, 9 with those 3 houses, as opposed to one dumpster? I mean, seriously, let's be real. We're talking about universal, but you're gonna cluster up the street with 9 of those garbage cans. 9.
Well, it's
9.
It's garbage,
Make it
yard
make
waste,
sense.
and
Make it make
and
sense.
recycling.
Right, make it make sense.
And-
9 as opposed to 1.
Why don't you afford them
Ma'am.
the opportunity to
Ma'am,
respond?
could you respond?
So, again, the reason for universal is providing curbside service for all 3 things, and that's where the 9 comes in, right? 3 carts per unit. And we're trying to make sure that residents recycle right at their home. If we have a centralized dumpster area, and it's common, a lot of multifamily areas do not recycle. They don't take the time to go. So if we're providing curbside recycling services, we want curbside garbage services. Yard waste service is not, I don't know how yard waste is handled for those properties, but most likely they may go in the dumpster, or somebody would have to, maybe you as a property owner would have to take your yard waste yourself. But that's what we're trying to do with universal, is provide those 3 services for each single-family unit.
Well, listen, as far as the yard waste goes, we have a lawn service that does that. Trims the trees, cut the grass, takes it away. Okay? So, as far as you're saying, recycle at the house, it's just ridiculous.
I mean, the universal
It's okay.
program includes that service. Now, if a resident doesn't want to use their cart and you want to have your landscaper haul it away, that's your right. But we provide the service and we provide the cart. And we have to pay waste management to pick up that yard waste at that property.
No, we pay waste management.
I understand, but
You're the management
it
service.
changes it with universal.
Right, but we're paying on the taxes, which
Yes,
we're paying
ma'am.
into the counties.
And we're obligated by
Yeah,
contract to
because
pay waste
even-
management for collecting that fee on the taxes.
Okay, even though you say it's universal, it doesn't seem that way. It seems subversive, not universal. But that's my choice to choose to believe what I believe. But I just don't understand from a dumpster to 9 of those things along the road.
I understand.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Good evening.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Linden. I live in Fellsmere, and I haven't had curbside pickup for 13 years, and I don't want it because I take my trash to the dump right down the street at Fellsmere, and I think I already paid for that on my taxes. I'm not sure. So, my garbage, it takes 3 months to fill up my garbage, so I don't need it. I haven't had it for 13 years. I shouldn't have to have it. Before, it was a choice. People in my neighborhood had the garbage can, but I never had it. I'd rather just drive it to the dump and take it instead of paying $181. And also, I'm sorry, the garbage can for the saplings and tree branches, I live on 5 acres. That thing's not even big enough. I burn all my saplings, or I use them as mulch. So I don't need that either. I recycle to help. I don't recycle because I have to,
Unfortunately, universal, as was pointed out, does not fit each and every application. There are some folks that live very nearby a convenience center, and customarily they were able to do that. Unfortunately, when we put it into the rolls and it goes to your tax bill, there's no way of discerning which houses prefer it and which not. There's no carve-out ability.
Well, there would be a can in front if it was going to be picked up. I haven't had it for 13 years. I never wanted it. That's why I never paid for it.
No, but
Now I don't have a choice. Now it's forced upon me.
We're tasked with looking after the whole county.
we have 70,000 homes that have to be serviced. Some of them are very nearby. Some of them are more congested. Some of them are in subdivisions. And we are a diverse community, and we have far more rural areas where you may see cans or toters that are outside where the mailbox is, and the folks may live about quarter mile, half a mile in, to even have to get to where the can has to be brought. And yes, that is an inconvenience. Unfortunately, there is no system that can be generated that we would be able to service everyone in their needs, having such diverse geographical
Not everybody in Fellsmere wants a
application.
can either, believe it or not. I mean, the dump is right down the street. It's 5 minutes away. I know I'm probably paying for that too, so why do I gotta pay for a can and pay
The
for?
convenience centers are a cost factor.
Yeah, so I mean.
Most
it's-
certainly.
It's simply, I mean, every 3 months, I take my garbage to the dump, I come back home, I save myself $181 every year.
You have a choice, and there is a
But
number.
now I don't have a choice.
No, you have a choice if you don't want the container, that you could call Waste Management, and they'll take the container.
Which container, the sapling container?
Unfortunately,
Because
whichever-
it's a gray can, right, for garbage?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want the container.
I don't have one, I haven't got one.
You're gonna get one.
You're going to get one now.
I know, I don't want one, but, you
We'll come
know,
get
I'm forced. You guys
Well,
are forcing
unless
it
you
on
don't
me.
want to get it.
Huh?
If you
Well,
don't
if I
want
don't
it.
wanna get it, I'm
but
gonna have to pay for it, right?
yeah, so you might as
So
well
what's
take
the
it.
point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioners, all the trash carts are being delivered this month. So the task by Waste Management is to make sure everybody has a gray trash cart before October 1st. So everyone will be provided that for use.
Good evening.
Sorry, I got to keep doing that.
That's right, we all do.
My name is Donna Flaherty, and I don't know when you decided to make this universal and not give us a right to be able to say, we don't want this. It's been pretty much in the past year that, we're allowed to have rights. So you forced now this universal, and I'm going to explain to you now what it's done to me. December, I was diagnosed with cancer, so I had to quit
Sorry to
my
hear that.
job. So I live on $690 a month, Social Security. I have cut everything back, and then I get my tax bill, which for the first time I came to get a special deduction because of the disability, which you gave me that. Turned around and you took, and now I get a $407.79 for garbage, and my property taxes are $258.23. Could you tell me what kind of sense that makes when people have reached a point where economically things happen? I didn't choose to have to quit my job in December. It happened. And now you made a universal thing. So my taxes are actually more now than they were than when I applied for the extra $25,000. Who did you put these bids out? Who got the bids, and what were the bids for Waste Management? Number one. Number two, you said call Waste Management. Do you know how much time I have spent with these people to try to get them to pick up trash cans? I even called the lady whose name is on this pink slip. She turned around and gave me another telephone number, and the woman said, "How'd you get that?" And I said, "I was told to call you about these trash cans."
And who are you in touch with, ma'am?
This one came from Wesley Davis, and it's got a telephone number to call, 226-3212, whoever that is.
That's the landfill number.
Yeah.
That's for our office.
Yeah, that's the landfill office, so you spoke to a representative there, but we have a number on the website, and can we give her that number so she can be
And
properly served?
I've been to the website. I've been to the website. I've asked them to come and get the cans. Do you know who came and got the one can? The man that actually works out at the major dump, whoever that nice gentleman is, he came and got it. It was so big, when I went to go move it, it fell over and I almost went with it. Now, I don't know if any of you have experienced cancer, but my cancer is not good. I can't have surgery. And all those treatments have done nothing but pretty much destroy other parts of my body. I called to ask them, could they send a smaller trash can when you're going to do the trash? Oh, you have to wait till they come. Really? I am tired of calling Waste Management. Before you put your service in that you talk to a dummy all the time, you used to have humans. And that was a good thing. But I'm tired of talking to your dummies. I want you to come and take your garbage cans off of my property. It is still my property. Do you know they told me I couldn't have it removed because you guys have said it's law? It's my property. I pay those taxes.
Man, what do you want done? You want to have a smaller can, and you want
I
to get
think
rid
what
of
you
your
ought to
older
do
can?
is you should have given your people, I just heard this gentleman talk so impressively how you're trying to save taxpayers' money, and you're killing us. $407 in garbage? Really? I'm one
That doesn't
person.
sound right.
I'm happy to look at the trim or the
Can you look
property.
at her
and-
case?
Yeah, I'll give her my card and take a look at the property.
Do I need to go to her house and pick up the can and
I think
change it?
Ron Jones, my assistant director, I think, picked up the yard waste cart.
But she needs a new
No, it
one.
wasn't yard waste.
It
It's
wasn't
still
yard waste?
sitting there. It was the recycle bin. And I do have a yard man, so he takes care of it. And I need a smaller can if I'm going to pay for it. I cannot move those things. My dog, who's a service dog, is in a stroller, not for her benefit, but for mine, so that I don't have to use a walker. So,
And ma'am, for you and other residents that may need this, we do have in our contract what we call backdoor service. It's a form that a resident's doctor would fill out, provide to Waste Management directly, not to the county. And you can leave your cart right at the garage, and the driver will get out of the truck.
and he'll come and get it?
He'll come and get the cart.
Let me tell you, I have a doctor's appointment, I swear, every week. I've got him on my phone even, because it's oncologist
I'll
and
work
all
with-
that, and I
I'll
will.
work with you and get you that form.
Thank you.
As early as tomorrow. We'll get the cart that's too big.
Thank you.
We'll work on getting you the smaller carts.
Thank you. If I've got to pay this, but do you see how ridiculous that my tax bill, you
Well-
did that, and now it's more than?
We're going to, Himanshu, you're going to handle this?
Yeah, I mean,
Personally?
if we're, again, our assessment fees are up there. They total less than
Yeah, and
$400.
that's what it is. It comes up to $407, and my,
So sometimes in the non-ad valorem, you have water control district charges that are on there. You could have a streetlight district charge on there. Again, I would have to look at the trim to see what it is, but our fees are 300 and something, right?
And you'll have her information, and you're going to contact her in tomorrow morning?
thank you.
I think we
I
can
don't
take
have
care
a
of that.
doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I'm free that day.
You want to write down, I'll give you another one, just on the back of your card, just your information.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll get out of the way. Thank you.
God bless you, ma'am. I'm sorry that you had some inconvenience, and hope we're on the right track right now.
Well, if he's going to help and be able to do that, that's wonderful. She's too cute, isn't she?
Thank you.
She has sat here this whole time, so good.
He'll help you. That's why we call him out, Will Himanshu.
Will Himanshu. Thank you.
Good joke.
Is there anyone else?
I heard you say it's not mandatory, but I know what the word mandatory means.
Well, we don't use it.
Oh,
Mandatory.
you don't
It's
use it, okay.
universal.
Well, I have never paid.
Your name, ma'am?
My name is Dare Norling, and
Nice to meet you.
I've lived in Vero Beach for 27 years in the same house. And we have never paid for garbage collection or anything, even though all of my neighbors do, but we do not, because we have a truck and we take the stuff to the transfer station. And I'm sure that even though most of my neighbors get their garbage picked up, there are a lot of people in this county who don't need that service. And so now that I have to pay for it, don't tell me it's not mandatory. I know what the meaning of the word mandatory is. I'm paying for a service I don't need. And a lot of people are having to do that too. And that's all I had to say about it. Maybe there are other people who want to say the same thing. And you're going to get help, but you're still going to pay for it.
Oh, I know.
And it's a lot of money.
No, we're not going to have this dialogue.
Oh, I know we're not.
We're going to have,
I know, I
please
get it.
speak.
But I'm not happy about it.
I understand.
And a lot of people feel the same way.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Bob Rao. I live in a POA in Vero Beach. We're a new POA just taken over from the developer in the past year, and we're learning on the ground ourselves. But we are a planned development. As a planned development, the developer negotiated certain changes from the typical zoning. One of them was some of the units, we call them multifamily or villas. They're very small garages, no place for additional containers. They can barely get the 2 in now. And the size of the containers is quite large. I mean, it's the largest, I guess, of the 3 sizes available. Won't fit in the garages. So we had a firestorm in the community over where we're going to put these things. And we knew that there was a waiver available to us if we wanted to opt out of the program. And we felt we were almost forced to do that because there was a timing on the waiver. It had to be done, I believe, the middle of July at some point. So we signed the waiver. Now, we have spoken, and he's very accommodating, and hopefully we'll be able to work something out with our community.
We appreciate that.
But we do have people that are very upset, as the other people are, about having to pay for the service when we know they cannot accept it because there's no room for the containers. And we can't leave these containers outside. The lots are 42-foot wide and approximately 160-foot deep. They only have 25-foot wide open front yards and 10-foot backyards. And there's just no place for them. They're very colorful, the containers. They wouldn't look very attractive, I think, sitting in everybody's driveway. So I think 2 things that I wanted to speak about. One is the planned development and the regulations that make it almost impossible to have a nice-looking community with some of the regulations that come along later. And I think some of the issues are looking at the subdivisions and the planned developments. We have already filed for an administrative amendment for one of the conditions that the builder put on us within a year of just taking over because it's so restrictive and it's impossible to comply with. That being said, that's a whole nother issue, but I just want to let you know the things that we are up against. One of the residents who was here tonight from our community asked me to read this letter to you. It was read a letter he wrote before we had our discussions and before we had the meeting here tonight. But basically, he's saying our POA opted out of the green waste management pickup. They felt most of the people did not have the space to store these large green waste bins. I believe the county should reimburse our POA for a percentage of the waste management fee, as trucks do not have to come into the community for these units, but still we're all paying for the service. So we're paying twice. We're paying for your service. We can't fit the containers in the garages, and we also have to pay for a landscaper to take away the debris. Most of the people in these villas or multifamilies are older. We're in a 55 and over community. Most of them are single, many of them are widows and they just don't have the size trucks to take the palm fronds or waste out, nor do they have the physical ability, such as the woman who was here, to do that. So these people are paying twice now. They're paying for the service in their tax bill, and they're paying for the landscaper to do it. So it does create somewhat of a burden, probably a less burden than some of the people and some of the who are here tonight to express to you, but it is creating a burden in our community as well. This fellow did some computations, and he said, we have about 417 homes. He says he feels that's about $75,000 plus we're paying for this trash pickup. Overall, 15% of it he's estimating is for green waste or yard waste. And he would indicate that it's about $11,365 per year, he feels, that we're getting a service that you have to pay for that we can't take advantage of. So he's asking that you consider taking and reimbursing the POA for the service that we can't use in the future. I know you can't do it this year, but I also wanted to say in our discussions that I'm not sure I can get everybody together in my community in the next 2 weeks by October 1st to get you the names that you need and get the board to, we have to meet and approve this. So we may need a little bit more time than the October 1st.
That's not a problem.
Thank you for your time.
So when you say it's not a problem, Himanshu?
Sure, yeah. Commissioners, so what has happened is we had a deadline, July 15, for HOAs. We came to the commission, got approval for yard waste exemptions. Communities did fill out the form, and we're finding out that some HOAs had a mixed usage community. So they had these villas and single-family homes. They felt that it was all or nothing the way they interpreted it. What we're doing is going back and recognizing that the exemption should really apply for these maybe one-car garage villas and not some of the single-family homes. So we are working with the communities. I mean, unfortunately, in this case, none of the carts were delivered. So we're asking whoever wants the carts, Waste Management's willing to go in, work with those folks, and provide carts to the single-family homes that would like the carts. So there is a coordination process, but it's not there's no time certain in a sense of, I mean, we can, that was a lot of communities, so we really need to know who wants them, what are the areas, the addresses, and that way Waste Management can be a little strategic for that. But again, the original intent of the exemption is once you sign the form, your community is completely exempt. So we are trying to work with communities that may have excluded everybody, and they probably shouldn't have. So we're going to try to work with them as fast as we can. And unfortunately, as we've kind of indicated earlier, this uniform, assessment across the board, yard waste is $3.86. I mean, there is a separate price for that in the contract. However, the implementation of this, making it proportionate for all single-family improved properties, we don't have a mechanism to provide or require Waste Management to provide a discount or a check back to the community. So I just want to clarify that. What I try to communicate to folks is if a community like this most likely was on an HOA billing, and all this time, that price that Waste Management provided included yard waste service. So residents were paying for yard waste service that they chose not to utilize, that they had a landscaper take it. The only difference with Universal, it's the same thing. The community doesn't want the yard waste service, but they have to pay for it because, again, the nature of Universal on the property tax bill through the tax collector and our contract with Waste Management, they're ready to serve that community. And again, with the exemption, it makes it even more challenging. They're declaring they don't want us to come through there, recognizing that they're paying the full price.
Final question. Okay, so some units will have the container with a toter and some won't. Do they have to get the large one first, or they can you can
So
accommodate?
there is only one size for yard waste cart.
Okay.
We do not have multiple sizes. We've heard from folks that have 5 acres and, larger and so on and so forth. So the plan with Universal was to provide equal service, level of service to all single-family properties. We recognize that one cart may not be enough, or in some cases, they might not even want that cart. But it's just a level playing field in terms of basic service that we're offering all single-family residents.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Bill Rigby. I reside at
Good evening,
84,
Mr. Rigby.
64, say it again. Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
You can hear me? I stayed over again. First of all, good evening, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Bill Rigby. I reside at 8465 59th Ave. I'm going to be short and brief. And I just need some clarity. And the clarity that I need is that maybe everybody in this room might understand what's going on, but I do not. And what I do not understand is that you're saying that everything is going on the tax roll, am I correct? The garbage collection is going on the tax roll.
It is on, yeah, it does come on your tax bill.
Okay, so like if I have an empty lot, but they put a container there. So I saw them, maybe my eyes were fooling me, but I saw them like they either had a gun or a pen or something when they were putting out, when they dropped the can off, they were sort of, I guess, I'm going to say, knowing how many cans they put out or whatever. The guys that was putting it out, putting those containers out, they came in a long trailer, and he was the one that was putting the cans out, and I saw them communicating with the guy in the truck. So I'm assuming that that's what they was doing. Is that what they was doing or not?
Yes, Commissioners, when Waste Management, their subcontractor, Rarig, what we require is when they're dropping off a cart, that it needs to be, there's an RFID tag on it. They're scanning the tag, they're scanning the serial number on the cart and connecting it to an address. Now, if they've mistakenly dropped it to a vacant piece of property, that's a mistake. We can get Waste Management to pick that up. We're not using that information for your billing purposes on the trim or ultimately on your tax bill. So we're using the property appraiser's information. So if it's a vacant piece of property, then it will not be on your trim. It will not be on your final tax bill for universal collection. That is not our intent to, we're looking at improved residential
lots.
properties only for this universal curbside collection.
Okay, I now understand that. Thank you for that, Mr. Macho. Now, my next question is this, is that I remember in the bid spec, they had that the homeowners association in the bid spec. So in this universal or mandatory pickup that you said is the homeowner association have a different standard of price than the residential homeowners? Like, let's say like you got Johns Island, you got the Berry Island, and they have a homeowners association there. So with the homeowners association, would they tax be on the tax roll the same as ours or not?
Yes,
It would be the same?
same price.
Okay. Okay, now, the other thing that I would like to ask is this. When you have on the garbage collection that you say now is universal, and you have, well, the recycle is already mandatory. So now we have garbage that's mandatory. My question is that on the landfill, which I need to understand this because I didn't get no letter on this, so I need some clarity on this. When you go to landfill now, there's a fee, right, that you take rubbish?
It depends on the material, but garbage, small yard waste debris, if you come to the landfill, there's no charge for that. If it's from your residential property, there is no charge for bringing that. If you bring yard waste debris that's more than 3 inches in diameter, then there is a charge for that material. Even the waste haulers. So when we look up here, the price $187.59 per house, that is the assessment for disposal of garbage and the disposal of yard waste or handling of yard waste at the landfill. So the waste management trucks, when they're bringing a truck full of garbage, they do not pay a tipping fee. We are collecting that in the regular residential assessment.
Well, I asked that because I didn't get a letter or anything regarding the change in prices for the landfill when I was taking some of my not garbage, but I call them cabbage palms, and then I got charged for that. So I told her, when I was there late, I said, well, why am I being charged for this? And I had to pay $10 and I think 17 cents. So I'm asking if there's a price for me bringing cabbage palm trees at the landfill.
Cabbage palms should have been free. So, and if it's your residential property, you're not doing it as a business, you should not have been charged the $10.30. It's a flat fee that we have for using our facility, but it should not apply to residential homeowners. I'm happy to work with you to refund that.
That's no problem.
Through the process.
It was just $10.70.
But again, that was a mistake. We're again, they should be asking, what do you have, where is it coming from? And then the rates apply depending on what it is.
Said it was just $10, $10 here, $10 there. If you inappropriately were charged, we're happy to accommodate.
That's fine with that. No, the next thing, this is my last thing, and I'll take my seat. And this is regarding each commissioner and the county attorney. I sent in a protest about 3 months ago, and I have not been responded to it yet. So there's a problem with that.
Protest on the bid?
Yes. I sent one in. It's maybe about 3 or 4 months ago.
Counsel?
And I have not been given an opportunity for a response yet. There's a reason for that?
And I'm not sure what I could have received something. I don't know what he's talking about, but.
Huh?
I don't recall
I hand
that.
delivered it there.
Okay.
FCC.
So
And so you were
say that.
protesting,
Yes,
just protesting
the bid.
Yes.
this?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I did. I protested some portions of the bid, and I have not had a response from it yet. As a matter of fact, I've sent a couple of respondents to the county attorney and to the lady, I think her name is Teresa, the paralegal.
Mm-hmm. Terry?
Huh?
Terry, yeah.
Yes, I sent a lot of stuff to her, and I have not had a response from her yet. So I want to know, as a taxpayer, am I being ignored or what? Because I have not received a response yet, and it's been almost 3 months that I have not received anything. So I'm here tonight to ask if there's a reason that I have not been responded to, or what is the problem?
And I don't know the protest you're referring to, but if you'd like to come to my office tomorrow, I'm happy to work with you to see if I can understand what it is you're protesting and whether there's some response that we can provide to you.
I can't come tomorrow, but I can come Friday.
Okay.
But I can't come talk to you. I think I talked to you, my brother talked to you about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
About it.
You'll be
I
in on Friday, Mr. Rigby?
I don't recall that.
You'll
I can
be in
there
on Friday?
Yes, I can be there Friday.
And
What
counsel, you'll
time?
be
What
here
time
on Friday?
can I come?
I can have someone meet with you at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock Friday. I try my best to meet that deadline at Friday
Okay.
at 10 o'clock. Okay, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rigby. Sir, good
evening,
evening.
Commissioners. Good evening. So I oppose the universal because right now I already pay for a dumpster and they come out once a week to collect it. So now on top of that, I'll be paying for a curbside that I'll never use. And I have a single family home.
And you pay for what type of dumpster?
It's a 2-yard dumpster. So I have a farm. And the thing with the yard waste, I would never use, like my acreage, I could never use that, but all of our yard waste we make soil out of, so I wouldn't even ever use that either.
And you live out west of town?
41st and 66th.
41st and 66th?
Yes.
Commissioner, I don't know if you want to get the name for record. I didn't hear a name.
Jonathan Clem.
Okay. John, so the way, again, we've checked even with outside counsel on this, universal curbside collection applies to all residential single-family homes. And that basic level of service is what the 180-170 covers. And what I've been told is that if a single-family property, a large property, has a dumpster, meaning they require service above and beyond what we're providing through universal program, that is your right to do so. But we have no mechanism to exclude you from the universal process. You have a dumpster today, you may decide to cancel your dumpster tomorrow. We would have no way of policing that, right? So our position is, again, I've checked with outside counsel, is that this uniform assessment has to be proportionate for all single families. It's a basic service that's included on everybody's assessment. And you can certainly get services above and beyond that. If a 2-yard container is what you need for your property, that's up to you. But we don't have a mechanism to refund that money to you or get Waste Management to refund that money to you. I just don't have any other options right now, Commissioners.
Was this a no-bid contract? I'm just wondering.
No, so I'm not with Waste Management, I'm with the county. And real quick, it related to the process. We started this almost 34 months ago.
28 years ago.
And we went through a public procurement process. We had 5 bids that came back. There were 4 options that were evaluated by this commission. All of those meetings are public meetings. We had 2 special call meetings. We had public hearings for the decisions that the county commissioners were going to make. And ultimately, universal collection wound up being the least increase, if you will, of all the options that were available in our evaluation of the 5 companies. And so we still feel that this is the, size of our county. This is the best program and our growing county to ensure that we have proper recycling, to make sure that the garbage that's generated on our property can safely make it to the landfill where it belongs.
Himanshu, it should be noted that every parcel for the last 10 years has been paying for recycling.
That's correct.
At $2.
You've been paying for
$2 per parcel.
recycling, whether you use it or not, for the last decade. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm sorry we're all still here. And I'm going to be the loudest because I'm the one closest to the microphone because I'm short. So my name is Kristen Goldberg. I was not here for this topic at all, but I feel compelled to speak, and I hate to make the night go any longer, so I'm going to be quick. I used to work at the Utilities Department, and I actually remember when he started. I don't know if he remembers me, but I don't think he has an easy job. I don't think that when I saw it initially, I had sticker shock too. I have been paying the $130-something for trash services for I don't know how long. Our yard people take our yard waste away, but sometimes we trim the oak trees and stuff like that, and we use the convenience stations. So I have a question. So when we go and drop that off, we don't pay, but am I being billed on my taxes for that service to be there? Yeah. So then this amount that we're paying now for yard service has kind of already been being paid through our taxes, I feel like I was paying for that service already, and now we don't have to do that. I can use the brown ugly can that was delivered for that service instead and have it picked up. So while things might not be great or perfect. I think he's trying to do what is best for the community as a whole. And not everybody may use that, but you have been paying for that service. So for the gentleman that says that he lives in Fellsmere and he's never paid for trash over these years, well, yes, you have, because you've been paying on your taxes to go to the convenience station. Is it a little more than what you've been paying? Probably. That's the trend with everything in our lives in this economy. I mean, nobody thought we'd be paying $6 for a dozen of eggs, and we are. So it's not ideal, but I also enjoy the fact that I can drive down 12th Street, 20th Street, Route 60, wherever, and know that these people have trash cans and their trash isn't on the road. They have that opportunity. And does it mean that some people that aren't using that service are paying for that service? Try to lessen your burden of that by looking at it as Vero Beach. We were all here, like you said, we're a community. We're trying to make it a beautiful community and make it stay like paradise. And that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioners? Need to make the announcement?
So you're back to now, you're considering any proposed amendments, making a motion to approve the resolution and adopting the non-ad valorem assessment rates. And then you also need to make a motion to adopt the tentative budget.
On the- Go
The
ahead.
tentative budget, again, is $42,047,435.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution and adopt all the non-ad valorem assessment rates.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
Opposed, nay, and for the record, I voted against universal collection from the start, and I have not changed my position. Thank you.
We need to go back.
Yeah, I believe you, yes. You voted
Oh,
against
sorry, Mel.
universal
Sorry.
or any collection,
Thank you. I got the clip.
just for the record.
All right, at this point, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the tentative budget of $42,047,435.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed, nay, for the reason previously stated. I have voted against universal coverage from the start, and this budget reflects that. Thank you.
Motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Morse dissenting on trash pickup.
So, Mr. Chair, the next four, I know you'll go with the street lighting, but let me just, for the non-ad valorem assessments, we have Vero Lake Estates MSBU, which is per parcel acre, $50. The East Gifford Stormwater MSBU, per parcel acre, $10. North County Water Assessment per parcel, $283.22. The Water's Edge Phase 2 Subdivision MSBU, per platted lot, $450.57. I would like to include in the record that the county attorney has received some objection letters and has provided those to the clerk. I'll return to the board.
Mr. Chair, if there's no discussion, I'll be happy to move approval.
We have a motion? Second. And a second? Any further discussion? All in?
Are you voting on to say that this is the 457 that Water's Edge has to pay now? We don't get to
Can't hear you.
She's asking, are you going to be, is this, your vote include all four?
Yes, that was my motion.
There should be a public hearing portion on the Water's Edge assessment.
I agree with that.
There's a motion and a
there's
second. We're welcome to
that's
have
right.
public comment at that point.
Now's
Go
the
ahead.
time?
Yep.
Okay, very good. I know it's been a long day, but this is important to our community. My name's Allison Giordano, president of Water's Edge. A few talking points here on this looming assessment of $454 a year for 15 years per homeowner, and we have 86 homes. We have our attorney's letter, which makes very valid arguments, case law, state statutes of why we should not be solely assessed for this. This is not solely benefiting 86 homes within our community. It is a road crossing over a culvert that affects more than Water's Edge homeowners. It affects anybody along First Street Southwest, so it should not be solely assessed to us. The second thing is the assessment amount. The $537,000 number included an $80,000 contingency. At the August 12th meeting, somebody made a comment, I don't remember if it was Chris or Michelle are here, that hardly any of the contingency was used. There's actually an email from Chris that says at least $60,000 is a cost savings. So the numbers that were provided to us in the mail should be reduced by those numbers. But lastly, which is my biggest complaint, is an email that I have since Commissioner Flesher, you were so quick to point out that there was an email where we agreed to this assessment. It was taken out of context. We agreed to the fact that we knew this would be constructed by the county, like as far as the work would be done. We knew that there would be some sort of assessment on our properties for it. We never agreed that we would be solely assessed, let alone the amount to be assessed. But this email that I have from Dylan Rangold, December 16th, 2022 at 4:15 p.m., says that we have money for the replacement of the culverts under the 2 entranceways for Water's Edge along the culverts that cross First Street Southwest, though we need to get in an agreement at Place and First. So one, your county attorney at the time was stating you had money in a budget. That same day, Richard Spierka, apologies if I'm pronouncing that wrong, he was the Public Works Director at the time. On same day, Friday, December 16th, 2022 at 4:26, said the county is not responsible for addressing this outside of the pipe replacement under the driveways. That language tells me that the pipe that's under the driveways, which are public roads that the county is maintaining, because they're not private roads, we turned them over in 2006, those culverts under those 2 entrances are the county's responsibility, yet we're being assessed for the cost of them. Furthermore, also at that meeting, it was stated that once this project is over with, the county is going to maintain responsibility for those culverts going forward. So if they're taking over responsibility in the future, why are they not taking responsibility now? Those are my comments that I would like answers for before you go approving $454 to 86 homeowners for 15 years. And I have that email if you would like copies.
Commissioners, Chris Hicks, County Attorney's Office. I can comment as far as the amount. As the commission is well aware, we have to put the most amount we can possibly put. We cannot go above that from today. We can go below once we get the final accounts back. And we intend to, and we expect to, but we have not gotten those final accountings back. And it is projected that it will be more than $60,000. That is not in stone. That is still the projection, but until we get the final numbers from the contractor, we won't know exactly what it is. But if we try to estimate that today, we can't go up and recoup the rest of the money. We have to go to the highest amount that it could be, and then we can drop it down from there, and it's expected to drop down significantly. We just can't promise that, nor should we, until we actually know the numbers.
And those facts were stated at the public hearing,
Yes, sir, multiple times.
and I believe that's the case. I believe you left having that knowledge that day. when we
That
had
was
the
the max amount, yes. But is your final, is this the final resolution? This is the number that's going to be assessed on our property taxes
No.
either in November of this year or next year. So is there another meeting coming with a final number?
Well, once again, Counselor, when will we have that information?
I don't know for sure. They're hoping by the end of this month, but it's up to the contractor, and I know they haven't always been diligent about getting the finalization done with all the numbers. I don't want to say it'll be done in 2 weeks and it'll be in 2 months. I don't know.
So can
I
you,
can't speak for them.
And as I recall, there was a gross communication failure during the process. There was some communication. I believe most of your residents agreed that they had some information, but perhaps maybe you were stating that you did not have that information. When you said I was quick to dismiss, no, that wasn't the case. I believe that we discussed this at a public meeting, a public hearing, and I believe Counselor did a rather significant job in ensuring that all the information was made available prior to this date. And it was
No,
well
there-
discussed with many of the residents in your community.
Okay, so what about this email from 2022 that states there was money in the budget and that the county would be responsible for the culvert portions under our driveways, which is 2 out of the 3 culverts that were replaced?
And on the same day, you heard from Rich Spirka, our former Public Works Director, which indicated the responsibility, and then he spoke with the attorney, and at that point, and around that time, was when that attorney departed from here. Current counsel has most of the documentation, all of that documentation, and any correspondence, and I'll ask him to, at this point, although it was discussed at the public hearing, we most certainly, Counselor, do you have that information?
As far as the email, there was an email that I believe was spurious that before the information was found out, but there were emails subsequent to that that showed and stated from 2006 that the county is not responsible for the culverts because it is not in county property. The culverts and the roadway that goes over those culverts are in Indian River Farms property. They are responsible for, that makes, and the turnover of the roads was very specific. They did not include any of the drainage infrastructure, anything that was not platted. These culverts are not platted because they are permitted through Indian River Farms. And as a favor, as we have done in the past, once those were brought up to code and brought up to new standards, the county offered to take them from that point forward, but not before that, as the county has never done as far as roads. We don't pay for roads that we don't have, and we don't take roads over that aren't already up to standards. And so that was, the county was offering to do that. County does not have to do that. But the county offered that, and I believe Mr. Ticonich pointed it out at the last hearing. Even though nobody else had asked, he made sure to say, we have said this, so we are standing by that promise. And that was what was offered. We don't have to. If I was making that decision 4 years ago and that was decided, I would have said not to take them. Legally speaking, it takes more liability on the county, but that was what was decided, and that's what this board is.
That was decided, we'll honor it, and Ms. Ferrier, most of the residents understood it that day, as I recall.
So those culverts were permitted. They were permitted to Smeagol Partners, and per this permit from 2001, item number 2 says it may not be assigned or subletted to a third party in any transfer. So how does that transfer from the developer to the homeowners association per this language?
How many public hearings did we have on this assessment?
We've had 4.
We've had 4 public hearings on this assessment.
So two
And it's
of,
been
but
it's
2
been
of the ones we
approved.
weren't notified of.
Okay.
Legally, we were not notified of.
So,
2 of them. We were
Okay.
not legally notified through
Okay,
your
but
own
you-
procedures.
but
Twice, and
you've
so
been
has
here for at
everybody
least-
in your subdivision been here.
so this, I appreciate what you're saying, I do. I understand the frustration. I've understood it the
Yeah, 'cause
past
the county's
2, I've understood it the past 2 hearings that we've had, but your subdivision originally, whether you were involved or not, came and asked us to do this, and we did. And the understanding was always that there was going to be an assessment. The assessment cannot be assessed until the final bill is in. All we can do at this point, just like the millage rate, is try to estimate on the high end, so when it comes in, we can lower it for you to the lower end. But everybody was aware, we've had multiple public hearings, and whether you were part of that when it began, because it began in 2002, which is 3 years ago, we're here.
22.
Thank you, sorry. We're here today to basically do the last step of finalizing it and moving it forward. So you had the opportunity to say all this in the public hearing, and I appreciate you being here to say it again today, but this is not that forum to argue those types of details. We've already made that decision. This is the time to finalize it for the trim notices in the tax bill, and that's what this is. It's
Well,
not that.
We were led to believe from the county and from our attorneys, we would have that opportunity to discuss the financial aspects of it, and that's what we have not been able to do.
No,
We
you
keep
may have
getting-
been led to believe that by your representative, but not by us.
And so what do you say to our attorney's letter with all of the case law and statutes that have?
The same thing we said when she sent it during the public
First time.
hearing.
So you're
we
just turning a
addressed it.
blind eye?
There's
to
no
all of
blind
that?
eye.
No.
Those questions have been asked and answered multiple times to all the attorneys that you've had involved in this.
Into the emails too, they mean nothing as well, where it looks like the county says that they're responsible?
Those have also been asked and answered multiple times.
Then I have nothing further.
Good evening once again.
Do I need to repeat my name?
It-
Okay. Okay, so I understand that you're saying there was previous meetings. We've already established, so I know this is my second time here on this issue. So the first time when we came, because and I think this is her third time, because she came one time thinking it was going to be discussed and either missed it or it wasn't.
As I recall, yes.
And then we came the last time, and that's when you advised that the county attorney advised that you guys needed to rewrite your procedure about how it was done because we weren't notified correctly. And at that time, we still didn't even discuss the things that we had been coming to try to discuss. So that's why we are here again tonight. I understand you're saying this is not the quorum. Well, then where do we get it? Because we are trying to have a conversation. We've asked to sit down, we've asked to do these things, and we feel ignored. We feel like we are being treated unfairly. And I say we, I think I'm speaking for a lot of the homeowners in my community. My taxes are already going up again because of just life. Now they're going up because of the waste management, which we know how I feel about that. It is what it is. And now I'm going to be going up potentially $450 more. I live in a single income home. I'm a stay-at-home wife to my husband, who has a great job, and we're thankful for it. Never in our million years when we bought that property did we think that this would be an issue, because when it all comes down to it, the permit was coded for a concrete culvert, which is now there. That's not what was put in, and the county signed off that that's what was put in. And it failed, and we didn't know that's what the issue was. I don't feel like there's ever been a sit-down conversation between this party and our party about how we got here and where we are now, and then you're saying we still don't have a chance to do that.
We had that
And I know,
conversation.
and I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, and you may not have been involved in it, but I've been in the county's attorney's office for just over a year, and I've had no less than 4, I think it was 5 meetings with the attorney from Water's Edge. This was prior to last year. We've had multiple meetings with the new attorney as well, or one meeting and multiple phone calls. I had with your HOA president and your attorney at least 4 times, including the pre-construction meeting, which included the exact budget that was put out to bid and the bid numbers. It was discussed with your property management association and multiple members of the people involved from your side. I can't help that wasn't communicated. I'm sorry that you weren't involved in that, but we've had multiple sit-down meetings in the past year that I've been involved. And through the emails.
You're right. I do.
and-
She has communicated. I'm meeting with the attorney.
And through
I'm
the
on the board
emails,
myself
there's
as
been
well,
another
so-
at least dozen times that there's been meetings over the past 3 years. And so I understand that maybe there hasn't been enough time, people don't feel here, but there have been multiple meetings where this has been explained multiple times. And the members were given an opportunity to speak. And the budget was made, the bids went out last year, and it was approved by the board in May. And there were representatives from them at the pre-construction meeting where it was very clear.
Representatives
what all
from
of
who?
them-
I'm sorry.
From your HOA.
Who?
I mean, it's Ms. Allison, Ms. Giordano, as well as your Property Management Association, and then we spoke with the attorney the day before to go over all the paperwork as well. And so it was discussed multiple times.
When
I was
was it
present at those,
discussed?
so I can say that for sure.
And I believe you. And I'm not trying to make Allison sound like shit. She has been doing her best at a non-paid job, trying to communicate and advocate for 86 homes. me as well, and that's why I joined the board, because of this issue. So when was it ever discussed that why we would be the only people to be affected by this?
That was part of emails in June and July and August, September and December, or October of 2023.
Okay.
And it was multiple conversations back and forth that actually started in 2021. And there were emails through all of that where it was finally decided in October of 2023 where everybody agreed that was the process. The first time it was mentioned that it would be an MSBU was in an email in 2023. And that was when it was, we'll talk about it and see if this can work this way, because that's the only way it can be paid for.
Correct.
And so that's
that.
since 2023.
Okay. All right, so then that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We've listed them all. We've had input from the public, and is there anyone else? Oh, please.
My name is Christine Picorni. I'm a county resident. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Son Picorni, who lives in Water's Edge. She's relatively new to the community, so she, as well as our family, is just becoming aware of these issues, and we're trying to catch up, so forgive my ignorance. But she's asked me to read this letter for her. Dear Commissioners, my name is Son Picorni, and I live in Water's Edge, Phase 2. I'm writing to share my concerns about the proposed special assessment for the culvert replacement project. As a retired homeowner on a fixed income, this kind of unplanned cost is not something I can easily absorb. While I understand the need for infrastructure maintenance, it is still unclear why this entire expense is being placed on just the 86 homeowners in our community. The road and culvert in question are not private. They are used by public safety crews, emergency services, postal workers, utility companies, real estate agents, delivery drivers, and visitors from across the county. If the road were to fail, the impact would be far greater than just our residents. It is difficult to understand how this qualifies as a special benefit exclusive to our neighborhood. If the county now considers the culverts to be public infrastructure, I ask for clarification on why the funding is not being handled publicly. And if the MSBU must move forward, I respectfully request that the county revisit the amount being charged and consider a reduction to lessen the burden on homeowners like myself. Thank you for your time and consideration. Now, she also took the time over the past couple days in the rain to go door to door, meet her neighbors, discuss the topic with them, what their understanding is, and she has multiple signatures, addresses, phone numbers of people who say they didn't understand the financial aspect of this. So I'm just here to share that information with you. And I realize I'm coming in here at the 11th hour, but it was my obligation to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's William Papko. I'm one of the residents. The ladies have said pretty much everything we have to say. The only thing I have to add is that contingency has to be taken off to reduce that number, because the contingency wasn't spent. And as far as my opinion is, you guys own a culvert, or the county owns a culvert. You own the pipe. If you just, that statement she read, we own just a blacktop, we'll pay for the blacktop. But this county should be responsible for the piping. So we should not be assessed for that. And that's all I got to say on it.
Thank you. Anyone else? At this time, we can consider any proposed amendments and calculate revised charge. None?
May I just say something to Mr. Hicks? Could you send a link to the video of the meeting where we discussed all this at length? I believe it was the second half of the special call meeting of August 12th. But could you send that to the association in that way? Because we are being asked the same questions or being presented the same issues, and really, we did discuss it at length that day. So would you be able to do that? And I know I understand they have a communication problem amongst themselves, but at least if we have reached out to them and supplied them with that link, then it's available to them to watch the entire discussion.
Yes, ma'am, I'll send it to their attorney.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, with that, does someone want to make a motion to adopt the resolutions?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll then approve the non-ad valorem dollar budgets. And we need to announce.
Do you want me to announce the street lighting districts?
Excuse me? No, Commissioner Ehrman wanted to announce.
If he's getting tired, I'll do it.
Happy to do it for
Whatever
old
you want.
time's sake.
I think Commissioner Ehrman wanted to do
Mr.
it.
Chairman, I'll be more than happy to.
I think he felt shorted the last time.
All right, well, I'll do
I
it
think
next time.
Commissioner
if you
Morse
want.
did it, and then he said, well, I just want to give fair and equal opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to fight over it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ehrman.
All right, for the street lighting districts, I'm going to read off the charge per parcel acre lot in the following manner. We have the Gifford Street Lighting District at $21. Laurelwood, $44 per parcel. Rock Ridge, $3 per parcel acre. Porpoise Point, $7 per parcel acre. Laurel Court, $48 per parcel acre. Tierra Linda, $56 per parcel acre. Vero Shores, $34 per parcel acre. Exora Park, $32 per parcel acre. Royal Poinciana at $51 per parcel acre. Roseland, $3 per parcel acre. Whispering Pines, $31 per parcel acre. Moorings, $9 per parcel acre. Walker's Glen comes in at $20 per parcel acre. Glendale Lakes, my stomping grounds, comes in at $40 per parcel acre. Laurelton Beach, $45 per parcel acre. West Wabasso, $18 per parcel acre. We have a slight change here, and Oceanside comes in at a per lot charge of $51, and Oslo Park comes in at $20 per lot charge. With that, sir, unless there's further discussion, I'll move to accept the street lighting district as I just cited.
Excellent, and I'll second it. Good job.
Just want to verify that you did say Vera Highlands at $47, correct?
What did I do? Did I make a mistake?
Vera Highlands.
I didn't say
Skipped
that.
it.
Okay, Vera Highlands, excuse me. It was on the instant replay. I'll have to look at it. Vera Highlands comes in at a per parcel acre charge at $47.
Okay, even better, I'll still second
As
it.
amended.
So the motion,
I made a motion to accept
And a
as I just
second?
read and
you don't want to
included my
repeat the
mistake
list
on Vera
again
Highlands.
to ensure that we have it?
I think he's good.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So, Mr. Chairman, non-ad valorem dollar budgets, you did announce the 2025 proposed budget for funds, special revenue funds. It's $48,803,821. Other debt service funds, $500,000. Capital project funds, $54,295,004. Enterprise funds, $79,981,565. internal service funds, $57,398,185. I received comments from the public and consider any proposed amendments and make a motion to adopt.
Do we have any comments from the public?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Morse. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the staff at OMB and as well as our directors that are here, we want to thank you and announce that the final budget hearing is at 5:01 PM next Wednesday, September 17th, 2025, located here at the 1801 27th Street, Building A, in these chambers.
Thank you. Does anybody have anything further? Any further comment from the public? Trying to stretch it out. It's been a short day. Yeah. Thank you,
A fabulous job of that.
as I always do.
I know.
Meeting adjourned.